Hello there. This is Tim Mastro calling in from the U.S.
Hi, thank you for joining us. This is Umar Saidi.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Umar, how are you?
Am I in the right?
Very well, my brother.
Yeah. Am I in the right place for the morning's first session?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Wonderful.
So
Thank
this
you.
is a sector. This is a session on private sector.
Yes, I'm one of the presenters.
Absolutely, I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to see my friend John and Kengasan on camera there.
Good morning, everyone. This is Olusoji Adeyi in Washington.
Hey, my brother, Soji, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Thanks.
Let me see.
Good morning, John. Seth Berkley here.
Thanks for joining.
Sorry, we have our board meeting today, so sorry for the confusion. But it works perfectly because we don't start until a little later.
No, good. Yesterday we had a very good start with Dr. Tedros, President Ramaphosa, and the AU chair. It was a very good full session. So we are hoping that today will be similar.
Good. You have locked the videos, is that correct? So, because I notice I can't turn my video on. So,
I have the technical crew here. They are working on it. Can you allow it? Okay, good.
Yeah. Hey, Seth, good morning. This is Tim Mastro. John, good to see you.
Good to see you, Tim.
good to see. Well, I don't see you, Tim. I see your name, but nice to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. I see. Exactly. I see, I see your name as well, and I recognize your voice.
Hi, John. This is Umar. I'm on, and hi, everyone.
Hi, Umar. Good to see you, and greetings from Addis. And I think Commissioner Mira just joined, and waiting for our chat.
John, good morning. I tried to reach you, but I know you are very busy.
No, I also returned your call twice yesterday, and I didn't. So I thought, well, we'll.
No, I didn't see the call. Maybe. I didn't want to bother you yesterday. I knew you would be busy because I was at the first half of the panels yesterday.
Yes, I saw you on. But if it's okay with you, I can give you a ring this evening.
Yeah, we can talk. We can talk this evening. I'll leave you tomorrow. We can talk. It's okay.
Okay, great.
Yes, so that you can, since you are busy now.
Yes. So is Acha on already?
Should be joining shortly. I spoke with him earlier, so.
Okay.
John, hope the family and children are well.
Tim, thank you. Very well. Everybody is hiding. the virus has pushed us all to be hiding. So,
yeah.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Well, we still have about 3 minutes to go. So, Ache and Uma, besides Strive and Vera, I think everybody else is there.
Team said that she's joining shortly.
Okay.
But they're going to join, right?
Say that again.
I said, but they're going to join.
Yeah. I think Strive just joined, and Vera's team just indicated that she'll be joining in a few seconds. So
Okay,
I'm
great.
sure before
She will be the first panelist.
yes.
Okay, all right, great.
I think we're all lined up, good to go.
Soji, I haven't seen your smiling face for a while.
Sorry, I was muted there. I'm saying, hi, Seth. It's good to see you too. How are you?
Doing okay, like everybody here, hiding, as John has said.
It takes a little virus to get all of us into hiding, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think, Soji, I've seen you on that specific spot for so many webinars. I think so.
Yeah,
One
of the benefits of the lockdown, if you can call it a benefit, is I've really gotten to know my study in the attic very, very well. We're good friends now. Yeah.
So, any update from Vera? Oh, she's there. Good. I mean, at Chad and at Umar, we are good to go. Everybody is lined up, and I see. Hi, Vera. Welcome. Can she hear me? Can you unmute me? Okay, good. So Acha and Umar, please take it over. I think everybody's, the panelists are all present.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon and good morning to many of you connecting from a different time zone. We'd like to thank you for joining us, and thank you, John, and everyone at the Africa CDC for hosting us. My name is Umar Saidi. I'm the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Director for Africa. I will be co-moderating this session with my brother, Dr. Acha Leke, who is the chairman of McKinsey & Co. and Company for Africa. So our session today will focus on the role of the private sector in COVID-19 vaccine development and access. And for that, we have gathered a distinguished panel with very strong private sector development experience and expertise. So before we turn to our panel, I'd like to just say a few words about the burning platform that we have in front of us today. Why vaccines? Why are we having this conversation at this time? And why the private sector? Put very simply, vaccines do save lives. Over the past 2 decades, child mortality has been reduced by nearly half, largely thanks to vaccines. A significant part of this effort was led by Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, as this partnership has made it possible and affordable to immunize millions of children in poor countries who would have otherwise really died of diseases that are really preventable. So the conversation on access to COVID-19 vaccines is very timely. At this stage in the pandemic, access to vaccines is simply the most viable and sustainable way to respond to the challenge that we all face. So at the same time, there is a justified fear that our countries could be left behind as rich countries are able to leverage their significant resources to reserve vaccines for their population. So to address this challenge, it is critical to unleash the power and the genius of the private sector, which is needed in every step we take in our development journey. So with that, Acha and I will introduce each panelist. Before asking them a question, they will have a maximum of 3 to 4 minutes to respond to specific questions in their areas of expertise before we move to Q&As with the wider audience. So now I'd like to turn to our first panelist, my sister, Vera Songwe. I would say Dr. Vera Songwe, who is UN Undersecretary General and the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Vera, you had very strong experience in both public and private sector development. How can the private sector support the effort to ensure that the COVID-19 vaccine is accessible to African countries? And what message, if any, do you have for African leaders to make this a reality? Over to you, Vera. And good morning. I know it's very early where you are.
Oh, very late. Good morning, Omar. Good morning, my dear panelists, Acha, Seth, of course, John, Strive, Adeyi. Good morning to everybody that is with us, Timothy, Dr. Timothy. Look, it's a real great pleasure to be with you today, and even more so because of all the work I think that Dr. John is doing, John Kengasong at the Africa CDC, the African Union, of course, my sister Almira that is pushing this as the AU commissioner for this. The private sector is one of those areas, I think, in Africa, and Omar, you and I have had a long experience on this, the private sector on the continent. We need to have a lot more of our private sector engaged in the conversations. On the vaccines, as we both know, it is about research and development. It is about being able to have the resources that fund the research and development. Today, when we talk about the COVID-19 vaccine, there is a lot of conversation about AstraZeneca and who is going to come up with the first vaccine, and the collective, I think something that our African leaders always talk about, and President Kagame in particular, the collaborative nature of the vaccine development. One cannot develop a vaccine in isolation. You need to bring together a powerful number of research centers. Today on the continent, we do have a growing pharmaceutical industry. As we know, we're funding some of the growing pharmaceutical industries on the continent, from Egypt to Kenya, to South Africa, of course, to Cameroon, to Ivory Coast. In this case, I think that what we need to do is see those pharmaceutical companies come together in a collaborative effort to say, how can we pool our resources to ensure that we can develop this vaccine? We know that we have not just the capacity and the capability to do that, but that if we bring our resources together, we have the intellectual ability to do it. Of course, a lot of the research on vaccines is done in the West. The production of the vaccines is mostly done in India, because again, we're going to look for an environment where we have affordable, accessible, and comparable competitive cost of production. There again, I think on the continent, we can actually see whether we can pool resources to see whether we can develop a center. And here, I must congratulate President Cyril Ramaphosa and the overall Southern African Development Council, SADC, that has picked pharmaceutical development as one of the areas for industrialization of the overall Southern African cone as a sort of integrated supply chain industrialization development program for Africa under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. So the first thing that we will need then is pooling our resources. We need the R&D. A lot of the R&D will come, in our case, from a combination of both the private sector and the public sector putting in place some resources for it. We have seen that many of the countries that have developed and developed fast enough are countries where you have R&D approximating 5-7% of GDP. In Africa, the highest country with R&D is South Africa at 1.5% of GDP. So we are not nearly there in terms of the research and development. And I'm happy we're talking about vaccines today in the context of COVID, but we can go backwards. We have more people that we're losing in malaria and other diseases on the continent that also need these vaccines. So there is a market. Actually, today, 25% of the consumption of vaccines happen on our continent. We don't produce any. And so there is a market that I'm sure that our private sector can clearly do. To do that, we need certification, of course, of the vaccine production companies, and that is an important and critical element of the process. And there again, you need the African Medical Association to come together and ensure that we can have the right kinds of certifications that are going to be needed. So from the private sector, we need the regulatory environment on the continent to also be prepared to receive this private sector when it is ready to enter into the markets. And then finally, on the financing, there is a lot that has been said about, the cost. You need $1 billion upfront to finance research and development in these kinds of areas. Where can Africa get and raise the kinds of resources that are needed? And I think that's where, we need to crowd in partners like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Of course, philanthropists, as we see, we have our brother there, Strive. But then there is a business proposal that is solid. As I said, 25% of the vaccines are used on our continent. And as we begin to do this pool procurement processes, I think we can actually have a viable private sector, robust vaccine production process on the continent. In the meantime, I think we do need to work with the larger international providers to see how we can do that. But even as we do, international production of vaccines, I still submit that Africa can be part of that supply chain. And finally, and my last point is on intellectual property rights. As you know, today in the intellectual property rights domain, a lot of the vaccines come from vegetable derived products. But we don't have an intellectual property regime for vegetable derived products, which is Africa's strongest whole point on this issue. So I think one of the issues that we are trying to talk about and do in the second phase of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is to review the protocols around intellectual property rights on agriculture and pharmaceutical products to ensure that Africa can have that leverage as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera, for that input. Very informative as usual. Let's now turn to our second panelist, Dr. Tim Mastro, who's the Chief Science Officer at FHI 360. And Dr. Mastro, so Vera talked about how very little of the R&D happens in Africa, if any, on the vaccine side. It happens really in high-income countries. And in many cases, they don't adequately address whether it's the sort of affordability or the availability issues we face in more resource-limited environments. So from an advocacy perspective and from your experience, what can African leaders do to ensure that the vaccine being developed address the country's specific needs, especially when it comes to the most vulnerable populations?
Great. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ache. That's an important question, and I'm very pleased to represent both FHI 360, a global not-for-profit research and development organization, as well as the COVID vaccine initiative that we've joined. I have put together one slide, if it's possible to project the slide, which discusses, I think, an issue that we find quite important. And that issue is to ensure that COVID vaccines really can address the most vulnerable people in the world. And that, of course, in the context of this meeting, includes individuals in Africa, other lower middle income countries, and particularly the elderly. We know that the elderly suffer the most from COVID disease, have the highest, most severe disease, highest mortality rates. We also know that the elderly often do not respond well to vaccines. Thank you for projecting the slide. So again, the COVID vaccine initiative was assembled by the Human Vaccine Project, which for the last several years has been doing a body of research to understand the human immune system and how they react to vaccines. We've joined the Oram Institute in South Africa, FHI 360 based in Durham, North Carolina, and the University of Minnesota's Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy, really with a central goal of ensuring that COVID vaccines are effective and accessible in vulnerable populations, including the elderly and adults in developing countries. As I was saying, we know from previous vaccines that that older people often don't respond well to vaccines. So vaccines need to be modified or changed in some way so that the adults can get a good immune response. We also know that prevalent infectious diseases and other health conditions in many countries, including countries in Africa, lead to a decreased vaccine responsiveness in populations. So we've proposed a body of work that's research and evidence generating that will better understand the history of COVID vaccine in Africa and other lower middle income countries, understanding how to deploy vaccines for adults. We don't do a very good job in deploying vaccines like influenza in most developing countries. There's a lot of focus appropriately on childhood vaccines, but we need to learn how to reach adults with COVID vaccines when they become available. And we feel that advocacy and policy should and could be driven by data. I'm a medical epidemiologist and a strong believer that defining a problem allows you to understand that problem and then come up with solutions for that. So we proposed a body of work to build on the understanding of the immune system, to partner with organizations across Africa to understand existing research on the interface between the immune system response to vaccines and how one could actually use that information to better define vaccines and make sure that they are responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable in those countries. So again, we feel that a great advocacy tool is good data. So generating data in Africa on the populations most at need for protection, we think would be a very strong tool to work with pharma, with funders of organizations to make sure that we don't leave out these most vulnerable as the vaccine effort goes forward. Now, we were delighted to learn that the first vaccine trial had started in South Africa just this week, and it's wonderful to be generating data on the African continent. Also, we're mindful that this is not going to be a sprint. As we move into the first phase, the first series of phase 3 vaccine trials, it's likely that those will not be the eventual vaccines we'll be using 5 years from now. So we really need to generate an evidence base that will inform both this generation of vaccines and the vaccines to follow. So again, a simple message, we think that good data could be a great tool for advocating for the most vulnerable people on the African continent and elsewhere. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Omar?
Omar, you're on mute.
Yes, I was talking on mute. Thank you for pointing that out. And so let me thank Dr. Mastro for the excellent advocacy work that he's doing, especially by leveraging data to make sure that the vaccine is accessible to the most vulnerable. Speaking of most vulnerable, let me now really turn to Dr. Seth Berkley, the Chief Executive Officer of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Dr. Berkley, can you tell us a little bit more about the role of Gavi and how your institution will contribute also to equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccines by African countries specifically? And I think that it would also be great if you could, share some insights about what everybody's been talking about, the access to COVID vaccine tools accelerator, the ACT accelerator, and possibly the COVAX facility, if appropriate at this stage. So with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Omar, and I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. I'm not sure I can answer all that in 3 minutes, but let me start by thanking the African Union Commission and the African CDC for hosting this high-level conference. And I really want to thank the AU particularly for support for the Gavi replenishment, which, as you know, just successfully completed. We now have over $10.5 billion for Gavi 5.0. That's really important because of the work we're doing together to try to assure access. And I will be happy later on in the question and answers also to come back, because many of you know in my previous life, I worked on developing AIDS vaccines, and we did trials across the continent. We helped build up scientific facilities, and there's enormous capacity that exists. So we can have that conversation as well. But I don't think that's what you want me to talk about. So as you all know, Gavi is very good at introducing vaccines. We've now introduced 496 new vaccines into developing countries. And one of the great challenges we're having is to think about this access issue. So when COVID vaccines first got discussed, of course, our immediate question was, how do we make sure there's access for developing countries? And we have moved quickly to try to create an effort to do that. And I will explain why that's not enough. The risk that everybody talked about vaccine nationalism or even vaccine regionalism is real. And we have, strong examples already where, we have a set of initiatives in high-income countries that are basically trying to corner the market for vaccines in those countries. And we need to quickly make sure we have an alternate vision of the world. So the ACT Accelerator, that is access to coronavirus COVID tools accelerator, was set up by WHO working with the EC in April. There were basically 3 different pillars of it: diagnostic, drugs, and vaccine, and then a cross-cutting pillar on strengthening health systems. And obviously we've been involved with most of the work across those, but CEPI and Gavi have been asked to co-lead the vaccine effort along with WHO. And the idea there is to make an end-to-end effort to try to drive forward vaccines. And the good news today is there are over 220 vaccines in vaccine development. There are already 15 in clinical trials. A number of those are in phase 2 trials, and a few of them moving into phase 3 trials. So science has responded really quickly. But as I said, the challenge was, how do we deal with this issue of access? So we did what we normally would do, is we set up an advanced market commitment for the Gavi countries. And that's for, we've expanded it slightly to make sure it's all low income, low middle income. And we asked for $2 billion to jumpstart that. At the replenishment, we received the first $569 million of that, and we'll continue working on raising funds for that. But as I said, the worry was, would there be enough? So we created a larger COVAX facility. And that COVAX facility, the idea would be is that high-income countries and upper middle-income countries can join the facility and do so by self-procuring vaccines through the facility. And then the Gavi eligible countries can have access to those vaccines through the AMC. And the idea there is to try to make sure that every country would have access to it. This is something we need all of your help on because, you know, we're in a little bit of a race because, as I said, others are working on this. We actually right now have the largest number of vaccines, the largest portfolio, and that's because it's an end-to-end work with CEPI, WHO, and Gavi. CEPI has 9 vaccines in their portfolio, a diversity of approaches across, RNA, DNA, vectored vaccines, and what they're trying to do, of course, is we understand that every vaccine, has a only small chance of probability of success, maybe around 7% preclinical, maybe 15 to 20 clinical. So most of these vaccines will fail, which is why we need a portfolio. But the idea will be to produce those vaccines at scale. The goal of the COVAX facility is to have 2 billion doses available by 2021. And the idea is to have those vaccines distributed at the same time in developed and developing countries. So that's what the vision is. That's what we'd like to see happen. But of course, we need to make sure we can bring industry with us. So in the COVAX facility, we have the IFPMA, which is the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. That's the industrialized manufacturers, as well as the developing country manufacturers, the DCVMs, sit in the core facility and are supportive of this effort and understand why they also don't want vaccine nationalism or vaccine regionalism, because if they only supply vaccines to, say, 30 wealthy countries, and then another 170 countries have no vaccine, the world will criticize them, and they don't want that. So I think there is a real moment now. There has been a Friend of the Global Facility formed that met yesterday. 14 countries, those are wealthy countries, came together and are looking at joining. We already have in Latin America some countries joining. We've had conversations, for example, with South Africa as an important country, Egypt, others on the continent who otherwise would not be supported by Gavi. And so this is the vision going forward. Our board is meeting later today and having a discussion on this. There are many questions that are being raised. One critical question is the governance for this and financing for it, and how do we pay for the build at risk? Because what you want is every one of these vaccines to produce as much as we can now before we know if they work, because then if they work, we'll have the vaccine to distribute immediately. Last point I want to make, and then I'd be happy to answer questions on all of this, is this critical issue that Vera brought up of the regulatory system. Right now, as you know, the normal process is we go country by country and submit regulatory applications and work through it. If we want to be able to move quickly, we need the incredible work that's already gone on across Africa in terms of harmonization and having regional and then AU-wide regulatory approvals would be really important, because then when a vaccine is getting ready for licensure, we can work with those regulatory agencies to make sure that as soon as the vaccine is licensed, it can be used in all countries. Last thing I'll say is that obviously for the Gavi countries, we will work with the countries to make sure the supply chain is strong enough that we have. Tim talked about the challenge of delivering to the elderly or health workers. And so we need to work on that, make sure that the training is in place. For non-Gavi countries, we will need to figure out, particularly for just for the middle income countries, how they make sure they do that type of preparatory work as well. So with that, let me stop, Omar, but obviously happy to answer questions later.
Thank you. Thanks, Seth. And it's great to hear all the work Gavi and CEPI and the Gates Foundation and Africa CDC, WHO are all doing to ensure that once there's a vaccine available, but once it is available, that Africa is not left out, right, along with all the other lower middle income countries. So great, and thank you for that. But the reality is, if it's available, we need to pay for it, right? So we'll turn now to our friend and brother, Dr. Oramah, who's the president of the Africa Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank. And Dr. Oramah, so can you talk a bit about what you're doing and what Afrexim is doing to ensure that we actually have access to these vaccines when they become available? And you can also mention what other institutions can do to support you in that effort.
Well, thank you very much, Acha. Thank you, Uma. And good morning or good afternoon to all the panelists. You are right, the issue of vaccine has become very critical at this stage. It is really disappointing that every continent has developed a vaccine for COVID-19 and putting them through evaluations and so on, but Africa has none. So Africa has to depend on outsiders, and I must thank Gavi, their COVAX facility is something that I think is helping Africa to at least hope to get something when vaccines come out. But how would those things be delivered? Yesterday, Dr. Nkegasong was speaking about vaccine, what we need to do in the immediate future, and then those things we need to do in the longer term. The equitable access, manufacture are critical. But to ensure equitable access, we have to also be able to have the financing to pay for it. And that is why we're exploring with some major international donor agencies to provide market availability guarantees. Market availability guarantees, which we will also explore to see how we can back it off the Gavi facility to make sure that Africa indeed gets access to the vaccines. We believe we may be able to put up to $500 million in market availability guarantees. That will be a drop in the ocean for what is needed. But for a start, we think is something we need to do and do urgently. And with regard to manufacturing, today, 5 countries in Africa have the capacity to manufacture human vaccines, like Egypt, South Africa, Tunisia, Ethiopia, and Senegal, and 3 others at the preliminary stages, Nigeria, Algeria, Morocco. I agree with Dr. Songwe that we need to do a pool thing, because vaccine development for the kinds of diseases we face in the continent will cut across borders, and we need to pool resources because we do not have individually the small countries we also have limited resources. And my view is that the COVID-19 fund should not be disbanded after COVID-19. It should rather be an institutional platform to do something different for Africa. And what is it? Currently, Afrexim Bank is trying to support countries that are not able to pay their commitments to the fund immediately by accepting instruments from them and then discounting them so that the funds are immediately available to the fund. If we look at vaccine, given the risks, we can consider a situation where we do a vaccine fund, a bond for Africa that may be issued by the fund. And that bond will be backed by long-term commitments of the different African countries, which will be agreed. 55 African countries will commit over 5-10 years about what they're going to contribute to that fund. And against that, the fund can then issue bonds. Such bonds can then be wrapped by an African Development Bank, an African Export-Import Bank, AFC, so that the funding is received at a cheaper rate. And as Vera also mentioned earlier, the market for vaccines is high. 25% of vaccines in the world are consumed in Africa. So the manufacturers of those vaccines will be able to sell those things. So maybe the long-term commitments may not all be required. because we will then be able to use the market to retire the bonds. This is a structure we are thinking to put forward to the African Union, because the African Union has developed these institutional arrangements, for which I really congratulate them, and hope that after COVID-19, we will have a look at some of them and know the ones that should stay, and then have a change focus to be able to help us to address Africa's healthcare challenges. Thank you very much.
Omar?
Thank you very much, my brother, Dr. Oramah. And thank you for all the good work that your bank is doing in the face of the challenge that we are all experiencing to try and support also local manufacturers. So now let me turn to Dr. Olusoji Adeyi, who is the Senior Advisor for Human Development. And Dr. Adeyi is also former Director of Health at the World Bank. So, Soji, we know that even when purchased at cost, new vaccines can often be very, very expensive. So in your view, how can African leaders coordinate now to ensure that there is sufficient funding for the procurement and delivery when a safe, effective vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine becomes available? And how is the World Bank really supporting this effort? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Omar, and hello, everybody. Thanks to the AU and the Africa CDC for the opportunity to participate in this conversation. I'll respond to the question in two parts, and I hope we'll have some time later for Q&A and discussion. But let me just start by flagging the premise on which I'm basing my contribution here. And that premise is the following: that in seeking to coordinate, as you pointed out, that it's explicit that African leaders themselves bear the ultimate responsibility for this, and that partners and international agencies are supporters and enablers of that process, not vice versa. I say this deliberately because Dr. Seth Berkley and we've been witnesses to situations in which it seemed as if folks were waiting for others from outside to come and solve those problems for them. I will not go into details, but Seth knows some of our mutual experiences in this regard. So that acceptance of leadership responsibility is crucial. Now, the construct that I would suggest for discussion is actually in two parts. One is the most obvious one, which is continued collaboration and engagement with the serious work being done by Gavi. And I want to pay tribute to Seth and the Gavi Alliance here through the COVAX facility. But in tandem with that, not a substitute for it, but in tandem with that, I think there is a case to be made for an Africa-specific effort that will consist of greater prioritization within the domestic budgets of African countries themselves, recognizing the difficulties that they face in this environment, as well as a new one, potentially, you might call it the Africa COVID-19 Vaccine Impact Fund. So what would an Africa COVID-19 Vaccine Impact Fund look like? It will be a mix of rewards and subsidies. And some of these ideas have been raised by Aidan Hollis and others. I have just customized them in this case with specific focus on Africa. So it will be performance-based in terms of the ultimate reduction of the COVID-19 disease burden. And in this construct, the participating governments, so I will assume all the 55 African governments and partners such as philanthropic organizations will commit a sum of money to reward companies that develop vaccines that reduce the burden of COVID-19 over the next, say, 2 years, for example, with the requirement that such products, listen up everybody, be made available for generic production on the continent and for sale to all in all African countries. It's important to have a time-bound period in order to stimulate a rapid response and also to enable the feasibility of a rapid payback to the investors. So I think that's something that we might wish to discuss. Now, of course, in terms of delivery, there is a crucial need for more active or proactive engagement of the private sector supply chain, because that's again a big issue that we see in terms of access to vaccines, and also attention to the acceptance of vaccines there. So there's the need for trust, and for those who are working on it to behave in ways that are trustworthy. Let me now pivot to the second part of your question, which is how is the World Bank, the institution which I work, supporting this exercise? Broadly, in its response to COVID-19, the World Bank envisages committing up to $160 billion. That's a B, not an M. $160 billion over the next 1 year. And the first rollout of financial support through operations was approved back in April. And as of yesterday, it was now open to about 104 countries. And the total commitment keeps going up. It's now in the billions of dollars. I think the important thing to note here is the following. Countries have the opportunity to access further financing from the World Bank within, of course, their IDA allocations. IDA is the concessionary lending arm of the World Bank. So countries have additional opportunities there. And I think there are opportunities both on the vaccine front, the diagnostic front, and the general health system development front for further financial support from the World Bank. So the bank is open for business on this. Let me pause here and allow us to move on to the Q&A session, to which I'm very much looking forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Adeyi, and great to hear. Love your idea about the COVID-19 vaccine fund, and great to hear the role the bank is playing in the process. Let's move on, of course, last but of course not least, panelist, Strive Masiyiwa, the executive chairman and founder of the Econet Group. Strive, I mean, from your experience from a private sector, you're in the private sector, you spend a lot of time helping with some of these pandemics we've had on the continent. What are some of the barriers to actually delivery of these vaccines across Africa? How can the private sector help? And in particular, thank you again for the platform you just launched on medical supplies. What is the role that the platform is going to play when it comes to vaccines?
Thank you very much, Acha, and good day to everybody. Look, first of all, I very much appreciate this opportunity to meet many of you, because we've actually never met. And probably, but for this crisis, we would only just meet each other through reading and other things, because I'm not in your industry. I am an AU special envoy. And my mission is a very simple one, and I try to keep it very simple. I was asked by the heads of state to look at the supply chain of what is needed to tackle COVID-19. And I am focused on just that. Okay, I have a 6-month mission, which is to help the continent with the supply chain. I don't know anything about vaccines or diagnostic kits. And I know a lot about telecommunications or technology if you want to learn about that, but I'm only interested in the mission that I have been given in this difficult time. What the leaders asked me to look at is how do we ensure access at point of availability? access at point of availability, okay? Funding, logistics to ensure those things get there, and distribution, okay? So access at the point of availability, I need to know when it becomes available. That's really all I need to know. When it becomes available and from where, okay? I don't want to chase things that are available, but for which Africans have no access, which is what we had with diagnostic kits, okay? They were available, but only to the Western countries. So we had to go to China to open up the immediate access, which is what we were looking for. You know, Abbott and them were saying, you wait until September, you wait until October. So, you know, I didn't waste any time with them. I spent my time talking to the suppliers in China who were willing to supply immediately. And so if a vaccine becomes available in the West, but Africa has to wait a year to get it, I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be talking to those people who make that vaccine immediately available. The issue of funding, there are 7 special envoys, and 6 of them are on funding, and Vera and them know. I just insist that they find the money. And I'm ably assisted by Professor Oramah, who has done a great job in that. So really, my ask is, what is the vaccine? When is it going to be available? Which one? Is it coming out of China? Is it coming out of Europe? You know, for me, it doesn't matter where it's coming from. Right now, even where it is produced, because I've got to get it to the people. Okay. Am I unhappy about that we don't produce it, that we don't manufacture? Yes, I'm as happy as hell. But right now, what I need is to know when the vaccine becomes available. Okay, how quickly can we get to it? What will it cost? What infrastructure do we need to put on the ground so that that vaccine can reach 1.2 billion people? That is really what I ask of you as you do your deliberations. Tell me which drug it is, which vaccine it is. We have the distribution platform. We have an agreed formula for distributing whatever we get. Okay, that's done. But tell us which one it is, because I hear there are so many of them. But, you know, fine. I just need to know which one it is, how quickly we can get to it in an equitable way. And, you know, I'm not going to get into the nationalism around it. I just want to know who we are talking to. So, but at the same time, I also want to know what drugs are available now that are recommended, that we can also make available to the countries ahead of the vaccine. Thank you.
Very much strive. And I really have to say, when we talk about the private sector, you've brought a private sector solution to a major problem. So this was a very compelling mission that was given to you at a very unusual time. And the road that you've traveled, I just have to say, it's really an inspiration to many of us who are watching. So I really wanted to recognize that, because this was not, I know it's not over, but it's not an easy road. So with that, we'd like to turn to the Q&As. And to do that, we will basically go to the questions that we've been receiving. So I'm trying to get my screen here. Not the most technologically savvy. I'm not used to Strive. So I'll try and get, so it looks like the first one, Acha will go to Gavi, and it says, what is the best way to track direct deals that countries are making with COVID-19 manufacturers, and can Gavi make that information public? Over to you, Seth.
And Seth, maybe as you answer that, there was another question I think that will be helpful for you to answer, which is a bit about, the controversy around vaccines. And are we going to see an issue with uptake of these vaccines in Africa? And if so, what can we do about it?
Great, thank you. And I will also try to answer Strive's question as well. Again, I had a short amount of time, so I couldn't go into detail before, but just to say there were also some questions about deals that were being done. We've done a deal with AstraZeneca for 300 million doses of vaccine. If that is successful and gets licensure, we will have access to that. There'll be other deals like that we're trying to do. Again, the goal is to try to get to 2 billion doses. But remind everybody that we have no idea which of these vaccines is going to work, or if any of them will work. And so what we need to be doing is having a wide portfolio. And as we understand the science better, as we get more data, then we can pivot to specific types of vaccines or vaccines that show promise in a certain animal model, et cetera, et cetera. At the moment, we're going on past experience. We're going on some animal models, but those are not perfected. So we will obviously continue to release information as it is made available on the Gavi website, on the WHO website, and on the CEPI website. And we'll continue to make sure that people are aware of that. In terms of the question as to the either anti-vaccine movement or fear movement that's going on, it is the worst I have ever seen. We, of course, do see anti-vaccine activity in Africa, but in general, people in Africa know the diseases, and they all, of course, want to protect each other, protect their children from those diseases. So in general, we have pretty good uptake. It's mostly been in the past in countries that have none of those diseases anymore, where people get more and more skeptical and don't pursue those. But in this case, the rumor mill has been dramatic. All kinds of issues of, are vaccines being tested? Are people guinea pigs? What is it going to do? Is it going to transmit other illnesses? So we need broad-based education, but we also need an understanding. And this is an interesting question. On one side, we want vaccines to be tested in Africa, so we understand the safety, we understand the immune response in African populations. But if there's concern about testing them in Africans, they'll also be tested in people in other countries. And my hope is that as we begin to see large amounts of vaccine tested, we understand that they're safe, we begin to see immune response, we have demand for them, that will help in being able to pivot to a better understanding and more comfort with them. One last point to make, and just to remind people that the challenge is going to be if we don't get agreement ahead of time to make vaccines and scale them up, there will be a long delay. But also, right now, there are very wealthy countries that are looking to buy large quantities of vaccine at high price. And so we need a consensus on vaccine multilateralism rather than vaccine nationalism. Otherwise, we'll be in a scenario where we'll have money, but we won't be able to buy any vaccine until everybody is supplied in wealthy countries, and that's not a good place to be. So this is the fundamental question now, and it's not just about saying we want global access. How are we actually going to make sure that we have vaccine produced in quantity for the places that need it in the world? Because in the first 18 months, there will be a greater demand for vaccine in any scenario that exists. So we're going to have to be limited. We're going to have small quantities of vaccine available. They have to be used well, and they should be available globally. So those are some answers to the questions I've seen. Thank you.
Very helpful, Seth. Thanks. And we have a number of questions. We're trying to get through as many as we can. Vera, I'll come to you next, because there was a question. You talked a lot about how we need to pool resources and others on the panel also talked about that. And people said, from our experience, we've not as a continent always been the most effective at collaborating, right? So what's it going to take for us to collaborate differently and much better when it comes to vaccines, from your experience?
Thank you, Acha, for that question. I think two things, and I must say that at the Economic Commission for Africa about a year ago with Afri-Exim Bank, we started looking precisely at this question of pooled resources and what it will take. And we were very, I think, positively surprised. You need two things. One, you need a platform whereby the resources that need to be pooled come together and exist in a way that is organized with the right governance framework. And what we were able to do at the time was we realized that Africa imports about $14 billion worth of drugs. And in the case of vaccines, and this is where the private sector becomes interesting and important, for Africa between 2016 and 2020, so this was before COVID, we were going to be consuming $17 billion worth of vaccines. So if $17 billion worth of vaccines is about 7 million jobs, Africa, at the very least, together, collectively, we have a jobs problem. So that's a pooled problem that we have. The question is, how do you pool the solution? And I think one way of pooling the solution is to look at, and at least in the ECA-led initiative, we started working with the Horn of Africa. In the Horn of Africa, you have huge Ethiopia, huge Kenya, small Seychelles, small Djibouti, Eritrea, and we thought if we bring together the demands across the space, we could actually begin to get, I think we're talking about off-takers that are guaranteed. The African governments today spend $6 billion of their own resources on vaccines. Can they guarantee this off-taking to African producers? Again, like Strive, I am agnostic to the production, but I prefer that the production happen on the continent because we need those jobs on the continent. In the case of COVID and the COVID vaccine, we are looking at innovation, and it's a new vaccine, so there's going to be patents, and we will not be able to get it on the continent soon enough. But there are patents that have expired and on the vaccine side, and maybe Gavi and the rest can tell us about that. Why can Africa then, reproduce those patents? India became a huge pharmaceutical hub because India did generics just by reproducing patents that had expired. I think that in Africa, we could do this. And there is an amazing group of the African Pharmaceutical Association that works out of Kenya, a private sector group that we're working with. So assume that Africa's governments decided of the 17 billion in vaccine procurement that we spend each year, we will procure even 2 billion from the continent in some pooled arrangement fashion. I think that we will begin to create jobs. We will begin to create the R&D knowledge that is needed and begin to generate, I think, the kind of space that we need. This is already happening, Acha, with your question. It's very difficult. I think with the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, Africa is pooling its markets. I think this is the biggest pooling that's happening today. The biggest collaborative platform on the continent is the AFCFTA. And within this platform, my sense is that we're going in the right direction with our leaders. They need to bring the business together with them. The resources are enormous. And my sense is if we start working together, private sector, public sector, regulation, we actually can see a very different landscape for Africa post-COVID as we talk about vaccines and the overall sort of pharmaceutical supplies for the continent.
Let me also really associate you with my thanks to Strive and the Invoice, the work that you've been doing, and really everything that you've been recommending in terms of collaboration and the data that actually backs it up. So let me now turn to Dr. Oramah, with whom you've also been working and looking at collaboration at a broader scale and encouraging really local manufacturers by trying to find ways to support them. So this goes beyond just vaccine, but really trying to leverage the continent for what we could. So Dr. Oramah, anything, because I know we're running out of time, is there any insight that you would like to talk about, that collaboration and how that work has unfolded? Anything that we need to learn before we close this session in terms of supporting really in terms of leveraging the strength of what we see in the continent to get us to the finish line?
Thank you very much, Omar. Yes, the collaboration is extremely important to unleash the innovation and the capacities we have in the continent. Working with the UNECA and Africa CDC, we have made available about $200 million to support the manufacture of COVID materials within Africa. And the idea was to support these companies to repurpose their factories to produce COVID materials, and then give them access to markets through the platform that Strive put in place. You see, that platform pools the market. It creates a pooled market access for these producers. So what did we see? We had about 600 companies applying for facilities that now exceed more than $700 million. We thought the companies would be repurposing to produce just face masks and just PPEs, but we saw that high-tech manufacturing was also beginning to come in. What that tells us is that the medical equipment and the pharmaceutical industry can develop and grow in the continent. If we use the AFCFTA as a platform, as Vera has said, to create that market that everyone can look up to sell, just like people do elsewhere. And based on that, then the banks would then be able to provide the financing that could create the goods that will go into those markets. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Oramah. We're actually running out of time, so maybe I'll just ask Dr. Mastro and Dr. Adeyi, any comments, given everything you've heard, any comments from your side before we wrap up?
Yeah, well, thank you. I saw one question from, I believe, Alex Coutinho was asking, how prepared is the continent to provide a vaccine to 1.2 billion people? And I think Dr. Coutinho probably knows the answer better than I do. And I think there's certainly not adequate preparations for that. And a lot of work needs to go into how do we really plan to reach the populations and deploy a vaccine, particularly for adults who've really not been involved in very many vaccine programs. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Adeyi?
Thanks. Just in brief, I think one important note here, that at least that I'm taking away, is the opportunity provided by a continent-wide trading zone with the barriers coming down that will provide opportunities for Africa-based manufacturers to exploit the economies of scale that have been lacking. And that means gearing up with investments to ensure that their products meet the international quality requirements so that they can be eligible to supply on those markets as well. So I think it's crucial. And finally, I think one of the things that's come home to us is that COVID has taught us that, in fact, matters of pandemic preparedness and response are national security issues. And that is the seriousness with which they should be taken. Therefore, there is a case to be made for governments to take a more decisive approach to investing in those areas. Now, I'm not at all suggesting government takeover of pharmaceutical industry, et cetera, et cetera. No, not at all. I used to work in the former Soviet Union, and I know how that approach turned out. I'm talking about government approaching this as a strategic matter in partnership with the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. And so thanks, everybody. Unfortunately, we could have gone on for much longer, but we are unfortunately out of time. Just maybe a quick few messages I heard coming very strongly out of the discussion. One is, about 25% of the vaccines, are used in Africa. Thanks, Vera, for that context. But unfortunately, we have very little R&D or production that's actually done in Africa. We also heard that there are big global efforts. Seth spoke a lot about the efforts to make sure that when this vaccine becomes available, Africa is actually not left out, because we know that's very important. And that, there's also clearly a lot of thinking going in already on how do we make sure that there is an uptake of these vaccines, given all the noise we've heard, we've all followed what's happened. So what needs to be done? I think I heard three big things. One is funding. right? So Dr. Oramah spoke a lot about it and some of our other panelists. And we heard about the innovative approaches we're using, whether it's the $500 million market availability guarantee or the bond that Afreximbank is planning to issue along with other partners. Dr. Adeyi talked about the Africa COVID-19 vaccine fund. So a lot of innovation going in how we're going to fund this, which is great to hear. We then need to distribute it. And so again, very excited about the platform, the Africa Medical Supply Platform that our Envoy Strive at launch along with a number of other partners, right? And so we can also use that to distribute the vaccines. But the third thing we heard is even beyond just COVID to say, there's really a need as a continent for us to be better prepared to, get much more involved in R&D and production of vaccines. So Vera's real push to say, let's figure out how we pool our resources together, the $17 billion that we spend on vaccines, how can we spend some of that on Africa? Because, that's really gonna help unlock the potential for the continent. But it's clearly, for this to happen, we clearly need the public sector, the private sector, and the regulators to work together to make it happen. So on that note, let me thank my co-moderator, Umar, for this, and all my panelists, and hand it over to Africa CDC. And thanks to all of you for participating in this first session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to see our platform, it's amsp.africa. So please visit the platform. We appreciate your support, your advice, your counsel, and of course, let me know when you have the vaccine so we can get it out there.
John, back to you.
Thank you, Acha. That was a great session. I wish we had more time to even take it to 2 hours, but unfortunately, time is always a scarce commodity. Thank you all for your great contributions. We'll now transition to our next panel, and I'm assuming that the moderators are lined up. We have Professor Jean-Jacques Muyembe Tamfu from DRC, Dr. Chikwe from Nigeria. Dr. Chikwe, if you're on the line, please let us know. I understand that Professor Muyembe is occupied with a very important announcement declaring the end of the outbreak in Congo, the outbreak, in the Ebola outbreak in North Kivu. So it's a very good day for all of us that he can actually call that to an end, and then we focus on the other outbreak in the West. But I think in his place, Placide is stepping in, but I just want to be sure that Chikwe is on standby. Chikwe, are you on? So I see Placide is on. Please take it and run with it if you can hear us.
Yes, Dr. John, I can hear you. So thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting. I take the place. I cannot replace Professor Muyembe, but I will take his place to represent him in this meeting. And I think, I don't know if Dr. Chikwe is already online.
I think I see something says, hi, this is Chikwe. So I think he's probably there. Let's just give him a few minutes to check. He's saying, I don't have access to the right link. Please just bear with us. We are supposed to start at 5 minutes past 2, so it's exactly 2:06. Just bear with us as we sort out the technological challenge. So what do you need to, sorry?
Now talk.
We'll keep going. That's why. Okay, Chikwe is there. Okay, Chikwe,
Yeah,
welcome. Yes, please. Over to you. My apology. Maybe it took time for you to get connected. So over to you. Your panelists are all lined up.
So thank you very much. And sorry, I had a few hitches in joining, and I've been following this excellent conference. Thanks, John, to you and your team for putting together an excellent session so far. So I hope we have all our panelists. This is my first experience in chairing an online conference, so we'll see how it goes. My apologies in advance for any challenges. But really, this is a phenomenal time for the world and for the continent. And as we face this unprecedented outbreak, really grateful for the leadership of Africa CDC. I think this is the biggest difference that I can place in any of the outbreaks I have experienced in my 20, 30 years, is how Africa has come together under your leadership, John. And we are no longer just sitting back and waiting for to be recipients of support, but really are taking part in defining our own destiny. So really, I just wanted to use the first few seconds to thank you for your incredible leadership. So our first speaker will be Professor Helen Rees. Can I confirm that she's online first? Helen?
Yes, here I am. Here I am.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Professor Helen Rees shouldn't be, everyone on this panel and everyone in the audience should know Professor Helen Rees, an extremely important figure in public health, health research, HIV on the continent, vaccines, and almost everything, every topic we work on. You know, she's the founder and executive director of the WITS Reproductive Health and HIV Institute in the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg in South Africa, a location from which she's really become a leader on many of the topics that we've been discussing over the past few years, whether it's on HIV, whether it's on Ebola, and really defining our response as a continent, giving scientific credibility to the work that we're doing, and really being a pillar on which we have all leaned on for support in many ways, from many directions. So Helen, without reading your incredible bio in detail, because it will take us most of the time of the panel, I'll invite you to please make your first contributions, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if you can see it over Zoom, but I'm blushing here. So thank you so much for those kind words. I was asked to talk about using past experiences to inform thinking to potential COVID-19 vaccines. And so I'm going to take 3 little cameos, just very briefly, to say some things I think that we've learned. I was thinking first about experiences with HIV vaccine development. And just three, and then we'll come back to that with other speakers. But first of all, I think it's incredibly important from that experience to put enormous effort into community acceptance of the importance of a vaccine and the importance of research into a vaccine. And built into that is the acceptance of a need for a vaccine. So those were two things we learned. But the other thing that I think we learned many years ago is don't build expectations up too high before you're able to deliver the vaccine. And I think we made that mistake. We were very confident we would have a vaccine quickly. And as we all know, this has taken a long time. So first lessons, acceptance of a vaccine, acceptance of participation in trials, but not being unrealistic in timeframes. The second one I was going to look at was the experience that we've had in the region about another vaccine, which is Menafrivac, which is a meningitis A vaccine. And I think we learned a lot there that I think we can take into the COVID experience now. One of the things we learned was that if communities themselves perceive the need, they will create the demand. And the communities in the meningitis belt really perceived the need and they had fear of this annual outbreak of meningitis. When that vaccine was introduced, the demand was there and there were queues for that vaccine. The other thing that we should look at more carefully there is that this was an adult vaccine. It went up to people up to 30 years of age. We're more familiar with introducing vaccines for children, some for adolescents, but this was lessons learned for an adult vaccine. So again, I think these will be some of the things we can think about. The third thing I thought about in terms of what we can learn is really the experience of the development of the Ebola vaccine. And there are several things here I'd like to highlight. First of all, with the Ebola vaccine in West Africa, with the Ebola outbreak, there was a lot of discussion early on about the need for trials, a lot of global disagreement on what those trials should look like, how they should be designed. And global cooperation wasn't there rapidly enough. It meant that at the end of the day, as we all well know, we had one clinical trial that was able to show a successful vaccine, which was the VSV vaccine, which has become incredibly important now in responding to outbreaks. So the first thing is get into the field early. And I think that we've done this with COVID and be prepared to cooperate with each other rather than competing, because some of the competition that happened around the Ebola West Africa outbreak became an impediment to rapid development. The second thing was the importance of community acceptance, both for when it was in a trial phase in West Africa, but also introduction. So what we've seen in the DRC is the introduction of the Ebola vaccine, that it was incredibly important to get acceptance, not only so that people took up the vaccine, but actually to make the vaccine workers safe in a very difficult and fragile environment where conflict in some of these areas was common. By getting that acceptance, we protected the teams, but we also got high uptake and willingness to cooperate. And in fact, demand again, although it was difficult. And that brings me to the third thing, which was the anti-vaccination element of what also happened. In the Ebola experience, there were also rumors about, who developed that vaccine? Why is it there? Why are people there only for the vaccine when they're not giving us other routine health services? Why only that? So again, thinking about how you frame the message around the vaccine is very important. And particularly because we are seeing in our region at the moment an anti-vaccination sentiment that's fueled by rumors and untruths, but at its worst could really prevent us being able to do both trials, but might affect uptake in the event we get a successful vaccine. And the last thing to add from the Ebola experience, and this is something that many people on this call are involved with, is the question of access. Because what we then found with the Ebola vaccines is that we had a limited stockpile, we had limited numbers, and we had to then make decisions about where that vaccine was going to be distributed to and how we were going to go about strategizing to use that vaccine wisely. We are going to be in the same position should we get a COVID vaccine. We will not have enough vaccine and we're going to have to prioritize. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Helen. You've really touched on so many important issues, from managing expectations to demand, to acceptance, to access, to the anti-vaccination campaigns. But really, the key one I picked up was on the need for cooperation and not competition. So many important aspects that I think we'll pick up in the conversation later in the day. So let me confirm that William is on the call. Professor Ampofo. Prof, are you on? Okay, looks like Prof is not on yet. So I can see that Githinji is on. So we'll move to him next. My brother Githinji Gitahi is the Chief Executive Officer of AMREF. Again, AMREF is something that I hope that everybody on this call knows what they do and what they stand for on the continent, based out of East Africa, but increasingly developing tentacles all over the continent. I don't think they've quite broken into Nigeria yet, maybe not sufficiently, but I'm sure they will. But you know, it's a real pleasure to have you on this call. We haven't met personally, I don't think, but I have heard a lot about you, read a lot about your contribution to the work on the continent, and look forward to meeting you very soon. Dr. Gitahi is also the co-chair of the Universal Health Coverage 2030 Steering Committee, a Global World Bank, a WHO initiative for universal health coverage. So my brother, welcome to the conference. Look forward to your contribution. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chikwe. And I promise you that we are knocking on the door of Nigeria and we'll be there. We are surrounding you. We're in Senegal, we're in Guinea, so we are slowly surrounding you. But you know that Nigeria, as we all know, is a big pig to eat. So that's where we are headed. But we are glad to be here. Thank you very much. I also sit on the governing board of Africa CDC, and I'm very, very, very proud of the team and John and his team for putting this together. And I've been listening to the earlier session, and very, very enlightening. I would like to just look at one or two elements, and I think Professor Rees has covered some of them in terms of acceptance, perception. So I wouldn't take too much time. The first thing I would like to say is that communities must be the main drivers in acceptance of vaccine trials and acceptance of vaccine results themselves. We must see them as the beneficiaries of whatever we are doing. So this whole conference is about the beneficiaries. It's not about, as much as the scientists are the key drivers, the key end result is acceptance of the product of the scientists. So this conference is around communities who are the beneficiaries, and they're also the drivers of success and failure of trials or even vaccination programs. And there are many examples of this. And we must be mindful as we approach this to the complexity of community engagement. Because the complexity of community engagement is that we must find what are the entry points, or who are the key opinion leaders for communities. We know how relevant the church has been in actually driving vaccine hesitancy in Africa. We saw this with, for example, tetanus vaccines. We've seen specifically, and must mention here, the Catholic Church issue statements, public statements against vaccination. So we need to identify early enough and engage early enough with some of these community opinion leaders, including the community leaders themselves, in then tailoring the consultations and tailoring the education materials we are going to use. And that needs to happen early enough before we start to roll out the vaccines. Also thinking through how we can have the community create an enabling environment for the trials. Now, if you look at studies done, and there are a few that you can look at. One, in Uganda, when we had the national immunization days that were happening in 1997, there was very low coverage. And this, in a UNFPA study, was seen to be a result of poor mobilization, poor community engagement, and also rumors of the polio vaccine, and people thinking that it was contaminated with HIV, again, because of poor mobilization and poor community engagement. We've seen the same in DRC, and I think Professor Rees has talked about the cultural and social factors that influenced adoption or use of that vaccine there. So how can we conduct ethical vaccines, and how do we drive community engagement and community acceptance? Now, communities must be the start, and I will say that again. Communities must be the beginning, not the end. We seem to start with the science, and then the communities come as second thought. We are ready, the vaccine is here, now we are rolling it out. Let's do a quick campaign to make sure the communities are engaged. We need to start with the communities so that they can participate, they can be aware, and the rumors that are already there. And we know that we had to handle this kind of anxiety around trials of the coronavirus vaccine in Africa, because we are not engaging communities enough to tell them that actually the future or the spread of the pandemic is very dependent on when the vaccine comes, and how we can convert the communities from being susceptible to actually being resistant to or immune to the vaccine itself. We have carried out as AMREF 2 studies, and I think they were largely on malaria vaccine, working with GlaxoSmithKline. And in both studies that were done in Kenya, one of them was on perceptions on malaria and vaccines, and the other one was on caregivers, of sick children in Kenya. And the findings as I close were very clear. Number one, communication strategies must be tailored to the target population and must guide policy decisions. So the policies should not follow the vaccine, they should follow the community engagement and then embed the vaccine in the development of the policy. It should not be done and then to try to popularize it. We must think about the community ahead of developing the policies, and even the supply policies for the vaccine, and spreading it out across the population. The second thing is that designing of the strategy must involve influential community members. I talked about the church, schools, caregivers themselves. They should be involved in providing information and reassurances about either the trial or the vaccine itself. And the next is around efforts being made to address concerns about vaccine trials. Now, on this, we know there have been concerns. Are we taking time to identify those concerns right now and addressing them? And finally, to say that we must not underestimate the power of communities. And the time to think about it is not when the vaccine is ready. It is now when we need to think about that. I will stop there, and I know there'll be questions after that. Back to you, Chikwe.
Thank you so much, my brother. The key thing you mentioned, people think community engagement is easy. It's something that you do on the side of all the important things. Let's do the science first, and then we have a vaccine, and then maybe sometime at the end, we start chatting with the community. Absolutely wrong approach. So thank you so much for highlighting that. Let me just check if William, so lots of interesting questions I'm sure are being prepared for you. Professor Ampofo, are you online now? Okay, if he's not, please can the committee try and get him connected. In West Africa, our connections are sometimes a little bit tricky. So can the conference guys please try and get William Ampofo on? And meanwhile, we'll move over quickly to Professor Linda-Gail Bekker. Lots of incredible scientists that have come out of South Africa, out of the history of HIV, that are now contributing to science really across the continent. And we have to build on this. And, Linda is one of the absolute leaders in this. Currently the deputy director of the Desmond Tutu HIV Center for at the University of Cape Town, where she's really led on infectious disease work on infectious disease and molecular medicine. And a lot of the, if you want to know more about Linda, go on PubMed, put her name in, you will have an extremely long list of publications. We're looking forward to her tenure as president-elect of the International AIDS Society. I thought your tenure had already started.
Correct.
Yes,
correct.
So I'm surprised to see president-elect here. We're just, I think we've just concluded our first virtual International AIDS Conference. So we're all learning in this space on how to work virtually, but we love the physical conferences. I was in Durban in 2000, and that defined my career, and I'm sure many others. So, but now we have a bigger, let's not say bigger, but another big infectious disease problem at our hands globally. And we are playing collectively as Africans a critical role, and you're leading a part of that. So let me leave you to your 5 minutes. I look forward to it, and we'll continue the conversation afterwards. So Professor Gail Bekker, please.
Thanks, Chikwe, and a real pleasure to join everyone this afternoon. I've enjoyed the session so far. Thanks, Dr. John, for your leadership, and Placide as well, putting this session together. I think the themes are already starting to come together very strongly. Science without community is not science. And, you know, it's absolutely critical that from the get-go, the words that we're hearing here this afternoon absolutely penetrate, even as we feel the urgency that COVID brings with it. And my concern is, because of the urgency, we drop a whole lot of the very important lessons we've learned so far. So you're absolutely right, Chikwe. We're bringing lessons from other infectious disease epidemics that we've had, and I think that makes lots of sense. And the one that I'm going to talk about for the next few minutes is one very close to my own heart called good participatory practice. Now, this is called this because we equate it with good clinical practice. And anybody who does a clinical trial and does not know the holy grail of GCP doesn't deserve to be doing clinical trials, right? So GCP, absolutely critical. GMP, good manufacturing processes, absolutely key. Same, good participatory practice is absolutely key to the good conduct of trials. And briefly, the history of this is that this came out of our large-scale prevention trials with HIV, where community had a very strong power to stop trials that weren't done with the right kind of community involvement. And I would say, to one of the questions from the session earlier, how do we come against the anti-vax? How do we get people to embrace vaccines? One good way is to have the vaccine trials happen in the region where you're going to want to deploy the vaccine, because that socializes the idea of the vaccine already. It makes people comfortable with it. But if the trials can't happen because we haven't done good participatory practice, then we shoot ourselves in the foot before we even start. So there are two documents I would like everybody who's listening to this fantastic conference to engage with. The one is the good participatory guidelines that were put together and reviewed in 2011. They were put together by UNAIDS and AVAC and many stakeholders in the field, and they are available and very accessible. So everybody should have that sitting on their shelf along with their GCP and other guidelines. The second is that there was a series written in 2018, published in the Journal of the International AIDS Society, that looks at the science, the theory, and the practice of GPP. And many people won't have heard of this before. So if you want to quickly get au fait with the concept of GPP, go and read that series. Again, online and available and really worthwhile. The problem is, because as you've already hinted at, Chikwe, good participatory practice is often overlooked, underfunded, and unmeasured, and too often an afterthought. The only way we can really engage this is to put it up front and squarely at the beginning of the process. So I'm going to give just a few pointers of where I think we need to go, literally 5 points. The first is acknowledge that GPP is as important as any other aspect of clinical trial conduct. Number two, resource it adequately. That means you've got to put it in the budget. You've got to make sure it's there with the doctors and the clinicians and the other recruiters that you need in your trial. So that's money and humans. Somebody should own the problem of making sure that GPP works in the clinical trial space. So you've got to actually name people to do it in the trial. The third is integrate it into every aspect of the trial process, the planning, the implementation, and the finish of the trial, and the dissemination. So we actually integrate all the way through. Fourthly, track and measure how well you're doing it as you go. This is important because otherwise it falls off the radar all the time. So track and measure. And then finally, at the end, look back and say, how well did we do? Because there will be more trials and it'll be important that we take the lessons forward. What did we do well? What did we do badly? And involve the very community in this. So get them to participate in how well did we do the participatory practice on this agenda. And I think this is the only way we can truly meet the benchmarks that I believe each of us should know for conducting clinical trials in LMICs. And that is that they are collaborative, they bring social value, they have scientific validity, there is fair selection of participants, a favorable risk-benefit ratio, independent review, informed consent, and respect for all of our participants and their communities. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Excellent. You know, I think if anything I take away, you know, South Africa has such a rich experience thanks to you on clinical trials. And, you know, you've done this. We need to learn from this across the continent because we need to be able to do these trials here, but they are not easy. They are tough. You've learned the hard way. And I love the lessons you've shared because it's important that all of us hear these lessons and really internalize them about good clinical practice, but also good participatory practice and what it takes to do that authentically, because it's not easy and resources it appropriately. So thank you so much for raising that point. And that's something I think as scientists sometimes, even on the continent, we don't pay enough attention to. So thanks. I'm sure there'll be a lot of conversations around that. So I see William has joined. Ghana has finally woken up. Unfortunately, we will have two Ghanaian speakers, one after the other, but I'll start with my brother, Professor William Ampofo, who leads the virology team at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research in Ghana, has worked on all sorts of viruses from HIV, where he led the initial research in Ghana, to influenza, and now to a new coronavirus. They keep pushing ahead of us in Nigeria. Anytime we try to increase our testing capacity, I look at the numbers in Ghana and they have done more than us, and it puts me under a lot of pressure in Nigeria because I'm always underperforming when compared to my brother in Ghana. But William, please, the floor is yours. We're talking about vaccines and coronavirus. We missed your thoughts, so we have to kind of realign our thinking process. But everyone looks forward to your presentation. Over to you, member.
Generator. No lights.
Yeah. Go on, go on. I think you've just unmuted yourself.
Okay, good.
You have 5 minutes, William. 5 minutes. No, you've gone on mute. You have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to share my screen now. Thank you, Chikwe, for those kind words. Can you see my screen now? I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know what's happening.
No, we can only see you and the map behind you.
So I've clicked on share the screen, but it's not coming. I don't know why.
The conference host might need to do something.
Yeah.
Conference host, can your team help with this?
Because on my screen, on my lap, I can see the first slide, which is, I put it at full screen.
Okay, William, we can't see the screen. Maybe just try, I'm sure they're trying to get it sorted, but while they do that, just try and take us through the presentation. We'll try and follow as best we can.
Okay, all right. So I'll do that then. So basically I'm going to talk about the role of African Vaccine Regulatory Forum and how it relates, indirectly to the COVID vaccine development efforts. You have to understand that AVAREF was created with the support of the WHO in 2006 as an informal capacity building platform. The main aim was to improve the regulatory oversight for clinical trials that were being conducted in Africa. Initially, it was a network of 23 countries. The concept was that a joint review would enhance the quality of the applications being submitted to multiple countries. It would optimize the review times, and it, of course, it would respect the national regulatory guidelines and procedures. So it basically harmonized, the regulatory procedures. It allowed the regulators to validate their findings with their, peers and experts. It also enabled joint, platforms to discuss with the manufacturers and the sponsors. And then the joint review, of course, the joint review supported independent national decisions. Some of the challenges have been, basically clinical development, the ability to really look at what pertained across the different countries. There were different things that would confuse the regulators, and then of course the ethics committees. What exactly was the role between the regulatory authority and the local ethics committees? And then of course there were various application requirements in different countries, Francophone versus Anglophone, etc. So three-step process, which was also quite confusing, the lack of internationally agreed standards. And then, of course, post-licensure, we needed to have surveillance pharmacovigilance capacity to look at the increasing vaccines and drugs. And then, of course, you have the counterfeit drugs that were also coming in. Some of the challenges that these clinical trials uniformity seemed to address was to streamline, the dialogues among the ethics and the regulatory, and then to adopt common application, portals, bring experts to, to do joint reviews, and of course, generate data that would help look at the performance. So basically, the history of AVAREF through January 2005, 2006, all the way to 2014, there have been joint reviews, there have been joint inspections of phase 3 trials, especially in the meningo conjugate vaccine. There was also various reviews looking at TB vaccines, looking at RTSS. And in 2015, a new AVAREF strategy was launched. So we now have AVAREF expanded to all the 54 African countries. There's representation on the steering committee. There was a formal governance structure in 2016. And the members, the steering committee members are the heads of the regulatory agencies. And of course, other medical products are also being looked at. So we have a new AVAREF strategy, which has strengthened clinical trials regulatory oversight in Africa. And we're looking at developing more harmonized clinical trial procedures for joint review, both at regional and multi-country level. We also have benchmarks that have been developed to look at clinical trial data. And we're looking at how country-focused procedures will align with, other platforms within the African region. I'm glad to say that there is, a strong alignment with, the Arab Maghreb Union, the East African Community, the Economic Community of Central African States, with ECOWAS, our own ECOWAS, and also with the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. So this is not, what you call it, a standalone, group. It works with all the essential partners across the member states, and ensures that this governance model, which is from the assembly and the steering committee and the technical committees, has also technical working groups that all work together to support vaccine regulation and clinical trials. So I think now for Africa, we have a more efficient review. We are promoting the safety of the patients and also looking at the products. And we are accelerating alignment with, other guidelines and processes for the continent. We look to continue to strengthen AVAREF's capacity building. And we are happy that this, conference gives us the opportunity to promote more awareness about AVAREF, to build sustainability and institute monitoring and evaluation of the implementation plan of AVAREF. So far, some of the what you call it, some of the milestones that have been achieved in line with the core values include, we already have, an established network. There are common documents that have been developed for use. There's a joint review process. Countries use the common report as the basis for their national decision. And there is a strategic plan, that is looking at the seamless integration of AVAREF. These joint reviews have been tested both in emergencies and non-emergency situations. We have Ebola, a couple of years back. We have the meningococcal vaccine, and then of course we also have the RTSS. These have been opportunities for the ethics committees and the national regulatory authorities to work together to come to common conclusions. We've had capacity building sessions, so country regulators from different technical backgrounds have met. The experts have done peer reviews, okay? And we've had very good information sharing among the different countries. We're looking at
30 seconds.
Okay, so basically these achievements have enabled us to have clear steps, to move forward. And we're very happy that we have regulatory tools that have been developed with support from WHO. We've done joint reviews on TB vaccines as well. And we think that now we have a very good process to review clinical trials and have optimized efforts across the different countries. We're very happy that we've taken part in this African Union conference, and we are endorsing all the recommendations that are coming out, because this will help us to come out with the proper regulatory environment for corona vaccines that will be developed for use in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ampofo. Regulation is something we often don't like speaking about, but if we don't speak about it, it will come back to haunt us. The work that we're doing together on the potential Lassa fever vaccine brought this to prominence, and there's no way 54 countries in Africa will start figuring out how to manage the difficult regulatory processes involved. So AVAREF, the African Vaccine Regulatory Forum, is such a fantastic self-organized opportunity for us to come together to solve these hard problems. So we're not all trying to solve it on our own. So thank you very much. We'll get back to you with questions shortly, so please hang in there. The next speaker is Dr. Margaret Agama-Anyetei. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If not, I'll be in trouble. My sister, who is the head of the Division of Health, Nutrition, and Population Health in the Department of Social Affairs of the African Union. Such an important issue. Margaret has had several roles, including in the Ghana Armed Forces, as policy advisor on HIV/AIDS, and participated in the MONUC mission in the DRC. So extremely accomplished colleague. I look forward to your contributions to this important new topic for all of us. Please, the floor is yours, Margaret.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon. And thanks to colleagues, Dr. John and all, for the invitation to participate in this conference. I wish to start by acknowledging also my colleague, Ms. Margaret Sikunda of AU NEPAD, who is my colleague in the advocacy for the African Medicines Agency and leads the Secretariat on the Air Marriage Program, which I'll speak to briefly. Next slide. Next slide, please. The heads of state and government endorsed the treaty to establish the African Medicine Agency in February of last year. AMA would be the second specialized health institution of the African Union and shall be governed by its governing board. AMA would be the continental agency which will regulate the access to safe, effective, and good quality and affordable and essential medicines and health technologies, and would also include the coordination of joint reviews of applications for clinical trials. And there's been a lot of talk about that. And AMA will do this through centralized coordination and partnership with national and regional regulatory bodies. AMA will provide the regulatory leadership to ensure that there are harmonized and strengthened regulatory systems across the continent. Next slide, please. Next. The African Medicine Agency will come into force once ratified by 15 member states of the African Union. To date, we have 16 that have signed the treaty, the legal treaty. The names are there, and 2 whom have ratified. Following, once we get in the ratifications, we can move to the next step of assessing countries which propose to host the African Medicine Agencies, following which to be an assembly decision on who hosts the agency. Next slide, please. Now, the African Medicine Agency builds on the ongoing work of the Africa Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, which is actually being led by AU-NEPAD, and it is through AU-recognized economic communities as listed, this covering 80% of the continent. The AMRH program was established based on an executive council decision, and which recognized the need to strengthen capacity of medical products regulation in Africa and the harmonization of regulatory systems as a foundation for the African Medicines Agency, which I've already introduced to you. And this will be in part fulfillment of the implementation of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa. Now, under the AMRH governance framework, we have the African Vaccines Regulatory Forum, the AVRF, which my childhood friend and colleague, Prof. Ampofo, has spoken about in detail. And it serves as a technical body to provide regulatory and ethical oversight of vaccines. I will not go into a depth on AVRF, but AVRF has been involved, as Prof has already stated, in the review of applications, or is going to be involved with the review of applications for clinical trials for COVID, for the COVID-19. Next slide, please. Prof has already gone into detail as on most of what is captured on this slide. I just want to re-emphasize that AVRF will be making available an online platform for joint reviews of clinical trial applications for prevention, diagnostic, therapeutic interventions related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The next slide, please. The next slide is just an overview of the AMRH governance structure, which is run by a secretariat formed by AU-NEPAD and the World Health Organization. And you can see where AVRF sits on that structure. And this whole structure will contribute to the structures which will form the foundation for the African Medicines Agency. In close, I just want to make a quick note on funding of pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa, because it's another initiative which is being advanced by the Commission to seek funding for African pharmaceutical manufacturers. We've had some initial discussions with Afrixian Bank and are now in discussion with the Africa Development Bank. And given all the discussions that have taken place on this subject matter since yesterday, we hope that the fund will become a reality sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you. I think everybody will be looking up the African Medicines Agency after this talk to educate ourselves. Nothing has brought to prominence the importance of this agency in recent times beyond COVID, because we have nowhere to run to. We haven't benefited from the manufacturing capacity for any of the therapeutic interventions that we have or could have in any way. So this is an area that we've got to be very proactive about on our continent. So our final panelist for today, and then we'll get back. I think we do have some minutes for questions. Excellent. Mr. Amina Addam currently leads the Directorate for Program Delivery and Coordination for the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, this incredibly important agency that was brought into life a few years ago by the leaders of South Africa and Nigeria. Based in South Africa, NEPAD focuses on incubating high-impact projects that demonstrate the proof of concept to translate the AU's continental strategic development frameworks into national development priorities. Amin has worked in several high-level organizations in positions in the past, from the Africa Union Commission, EcoBank, and Nestle. So you see both in the private and public sectors. So Amin, I'll hand over to you. I look forward to meeting you, but first, we all look forward to hearing your talk for the next 5 minutes. Over.
Thank you, Professor, and good morning, everyone. First of all, let me recognize my two colleagues, Dr. Margaret from the African Union Commission and Dr. Margaret as well from the ODA NEPAD. In fact, we are working very closely together, and my speech is going to be just a continuation of Dr. Margaret from AUC, because she spoke really about most of the process we are going through actually. So I have been requested to speak about the existing regulatory processes within the African Union to facilitate vaccine uptake. And in fact, the processes are as follows, actually. So we have the African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization, the AMRH, which actually Margaret spoke about. It's an initiative partnership comprised of national medicine regulatory agencies in Africa, regional economic communities, ODA NEPAD, of course, the African Union Commission, obviously, Pan-African Parliament, WHO, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, DFID from the UK, Swiss Development Corporation. So it includes so many organizations. It has made a significant process in facilitating and engaging the RECs and the RECs regional economic communities, obviously, and African member states in addressing gaps in regulatory capacity. And as such, it has as well been recommended by the African Union Executive Council to lay down the foundation for the establishment of the AMA. Dr. Margaret have just spoken about. So AMRH works within the Pharmaceutical Framework Plan for Africa, the PMPA. So within the AMRH governance framework, and to avoid duplication, we have made sure that the African Vaccine Regulatory Forum, the AVRF, which is managed by WHO Afro, has been recognized as a technical committee for AMRH, and specifically focusing on clinical trials for vaccine. And since 2016, it has expanded its scope for clinical trials for all medicines. So obviously, AVRF supports development of technical guidelines and capacity strengthening for countries in clinical trials, oversight at the national level, but also at a regional level, especially for joint regional regulatory reviews. So the emphasis of ODA NEPAD, our organization, has been that in-country expertise participate in the regulatory and ethical clearance for vaccine under consideration by AVRF. So these actually enhance ownership and uptake of this vaccine in participating countries, but also across the continent. Remember, we are a regional organization, and our role is really to bring support for more cross-fertilization and integration. So in addition, various national medicine regulatory agencies and AMRH participating RECs have established expert working groups on clinical trials, including on vaccine to domesticate AVRF guidelines, particularly at country level, who retain sovereignty in decision-making with regard to registration of vaccine for use in their countries. So AMRH also advocates on reliance models and uptake of vaccine that have been recommended by WHO pre-qualification programs for vaccine So at the national level, we continue to emphasize on strengthening and resourcing the capacity for ethical clearance by institutional review boards and national ethics committees, as well as the national medicine regulatory agencies for regulatory oversight for all vaccine, including COVID-19 vaccine, currently under development. So we also advise expedited and fast-tracking review of priority vaccine, including for COVID-19 that come actually online through AVAREF, REX harmonization initiative, or through member state regulatory process. So for instance, the AVAREF guidance for emergency preparedness provide for an overall timeline of 10 working days for processing of clinical trials application, where the product is already registered for other indication, and 15 working days for novel and new products. So finally, ODA-NEPA through IMRH has been very active in partnering with African vaccine manufacturing initiatives, especially to guide on regulatory processes as the continent explores currently opportunities to enhance long-term manufacturing capacity for vaccine on the continent. And I would stop here because I only have 5 minutes. I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Amin. Very important issues you raised. Thank you. And let me say firstly, thank you to all the panelists for an incredible session so far. So we'll now throw this open to questions. I have seen a few come in already, so I'll pick up the first one, and maybe we'll start with Githinji and then see who else wants to come in. The first question really is around the digital divide and community engagement. And the question really focuses on whether you think, and I think any of the panelists can come in, you think the digital divide is a challenge for community engagement. But I also want to spin it positive. Do you think there's an opportunity to be more proactive with increased access to technology, phones, online, in terms of how we think about community engagement? Do you want to start?
May I just come in? Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. It's Helen here because I have to jump off. Okay. But I'm happy to answer, I think it was Sandile's question just before I jump off.
Okay, please, why don't you go ahead since you have to leave, and then we'll continue after that.
I do apologize. I'm going on to a Gavi board meeting, so I apologize for that. But Sandile, not in the Q&A, but in the chat, he asked 2 important questions. One was, why is the first trial that's taking place for a COVID vaccine in the African region being led by someone from the United Kingdom, excuse me. And the answer is that many of the vaccines that we're seeing now, the candidate vaccines, of which there are over 200, have been developed in the, if you like, the global north, with the exception and in addition to China, that's got quite a significant number of vaccines, and India as well. But many of them have come from Europe, from the US. And this one was developed in the University of Oxford and has been tested now in the UK. The study that's being undertaken in South Africa is an independent part of that vaccine development program. And it's actually led by a South African scientist, Professor Shabir Mahdi. So it is an African-led initiative, but the vaccine itself, you're quite right, was developed. But there is a reason that we don't really have, and it's really good to hear what colleagues have just said. We would love to have more ability to develop vaccine candidates and develop our manufacturing, everything that's just been said in this region, and we need to build up to that. But that is the first comment. The second comment was about the Madagascan traditional medicines and about traditional medicines and why are we not looking at these? And it's a really important comment because, as you know, Artemisia was identified, including by the Madagascan president, as something that could potentially help. So as you know, this is a traditional medicine that has been used particularly for malaria, both prevention and treatment. Now, the problem with this virus is that it's brand new. And so for traditional medicines and for existing medicines and for new medicines, we don't know if anything works. Every single category, we have no idea. The only way to find out is to actually do proper trials, which is what many people have been referring to here. And in fact, at the request of the South African and the AU, the South African Department of Science and Innovation are in dialogue with the Madagascan leadership to see how we can support them in developing a development program that will have proper assessments in it. But it's an important point. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. Two very important questions. So I'm actually very happy you took that up. So let me go back to Githinji to pick up the question, and then on community engagement and technology. And Linda, just to prepare, I'll come to you on GPP for situations. So, Githinji.
Thank you, Chikwe, and thank you for that question. I think the first thing, the facts are that the number of people with access to mobile phones is going down, is going up, so smartphones are accessible. But we must also remember that, you know, we have to ask ourselves the question whether these smartphones are being used the way we expect they're being used. We know that a lot of people who have these phones out there use them purely for receiving calls, and even those with smartphones, they don't have enough memory to hold an app that can be used for communication. They use them as cameras for WhatsApp. The next thing we have to ask ourselves is, even if we have such a high penetration of mobile phones, the question is around who is the target audience for this. We know that when the vaccines come, we are going to focus on the most vulnerable first, and these are people above 60. These are people with comorbidities. How can, you know, are they fully operational on digital platforms? My own mother is, you know, is a target. She has asthma. She is 84 now. She has a phone, and she's had a phone for years. But even when I send her money on mobile money, I have to call her and tell her, hey, mom, I've sent you money. Please go to the local shop and tell them to remove it for you. So we have to remember that even as we think about technology, we must not make technology a new kind of inequality. So we must remember that. Therefore, I have only two recommendations as I close, Chikwe. One, we need to think about, I think Africa CDC and AVRF need to think very closely about doing you know, an attitude study right now on preparedness for a COVID vaccine. What are the strengths and the likely challenges to a vaccine? And needs to be done right now across Africa. Secondly, we need out of that study to develop a core strategy, communication strategy that includes community participation and community health workers who then can use digital to learn and then use their digital, which is their fingers and their mouth, to teach. Thank you, Chikwe.
Thank you. Fantastic end to that question. So, Linda, I hope you're still online. Can you pick up on the question on GPP for emergency situations like we face at the moment?
Thanks, Chikwe. I'll turn on my video just for this. I appreciate the question. I think this is important. I was asked to talk about GPP in the context of vaccine trials, and so the good participatory practice was what came to mind. But absolutely right, the listener who put forward the GPP for emerging pathogens or emergency situations, these were put together by a very similar author. Kate Hankins from UNAIDS at the time was the one who fashioned GPP for clinical trials, and she had a hand in the EP one as well. So they're very similarly structured. What is important about the EP one is that it also embraces epidemiological studies, other kinds of things that might happen in the context of an emerging pathogen. And so that is really important, but very similar principles of transparency, of respect, of understanding your community, understanding their priorities, getting in early and staying integrated. So I think the two can really be applied side by side. And I, again, absolutely encourage all of the people involved in this conference today to get hold of those guidelines, immerse themselves, and make sure that everybody in their vicinity is aware of them and has read them, and what's more, applies them.
Thank you, Linda. I'll do the last question for the session before we have to run off to William. William, are you still online? Okay, so I think we've lost Professor Ampofo. So maybe I'll throw these questions to anyone.
Chikwe, I'm here.
Okay,
Chikwe,
okay,
I'm here. I'm here.
Thanks. Yeah, so I think the other question I just wanted to share with you in terms of, you know, many of the diseases, the infectious diseases, both emerging, re-emerging, you know, maybe apart from COVID now, all the others, many of the others at least, you know, have come out of the continent. And we're beginning, but very early days in engaging with this from a science point of view, but you have been a leader on this from the very beginning. How do you think we can get more attention to the work that you, all of us are doing collectively from both the population and our governments in the light of this current outbreak? Over.
Yes, Chikwe, I don't know whether you want the answer from the regulatory point of view or from the
take it from the general. I think the regulatory point of view is important, but not the only issue. So you have 2 minutes to just use that to round up.
Yeah, I think that the situation tells us how we really need to push forward together, as scientists and as advocates. I think this has been an excellent opportunity for the policymakers and the technocrats and the political authority to work together. Our own, national task force is chaired by the president himself. They meet twice a week, and he relies on the scientists and the technocrats to use the best available evidence to guide the policy decision. I mean, this is the best scenario you can have to respond to a major public health threat. So we need to push this through, use this working platform, working scenario to get the best possible resources to improve our health infrastructure. And this strategy, look, I mean, I have my Minister of Health who has COVID, okay? And for me, what else than for the minister himself to understand what needs to be done? You know, he told me yesterday, he has malaria. He said, look, the fact that I have malaria, because we tested him and he was positive for malaria. He says, look, I've recovered from COVID and look, now I have malaria. I have to tell my director of health services, tell everybody, don't forget about malaria. Don't forget about the basic problems that confront us. And therefore, he just seen the value of the lab test. He's seen the value of having an effective response system. He's seen the value of having PPEs for his frontline health workers. He's seen the value of having logistics in place, drugs, supplies to ensure that the health workers deliver. So for me, this is an excellent opportunity for the policymakers, the technocrats, the scientists, everybody to work together. And as we've heard, to use social media to put the right information so our people will work together with us. Over.
Thank you, William. I couldn't have said it better. To me, just like this seems to be a moment for social justice in the West, and we watch this on our TV screens every evening. I think this is a moment for infectious disease research, vaccinology on the continent. And if we don't use this moment, where we, for better or worse, we have the political attention, we have the attention of our people, we will regret it forever. So I couldn't be more grateful to the Africa CDC for putting together this incredibly important conference, especially this incredible panel. So on behalf of my co-panelist and myself, who is doing something very important, Professor Jean-Jacques Muyembe, who of course everyone on this panel knows and recognizes for his groundbreaking work on Ebola and many other infectious diseases in the DRC. Listen, thank you very much to all our panelists. It's been an incredibly interesting session. Thank you to everyone that has joined the panel, all the participants for all your questions. We couldn't come to all of them, but I'm sure they'll be archived and the conversation will continue. But the purpose of a conference is always twofold. Firstly, to interrogate the science, but secondly, to bring the matters to the attention of ourselves, share information, build networks, and we've done the very best given the limitations that we have with technology and not being able to meet physically. So thank you very much for everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed this session, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chike, for an excellent session.
Thank you.
Great, great. This is great. I mean, Chike, you see that an online conference can work. We are all learning how to use technology to live. So this has been an extremely important session. Really great, great participation, great contribution, and we've all learned a lot. So thank you all. Let me then introduce the next session. The next session, that is session number 5, which will be moderated by Professor Marofi and Professor Francine Ntume. If they are on, please let us know.
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good. So if you're on, please take it and run with it.
Excellent.
Hello? Okay.
Très bien. Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. John, for this quite an introduction. I would like, first of all, to express my gratitude and thanks to Africa CDC for organizing this virtual conference, very important on this aspect of development and access of vaccine for potential COVID-19. I would like also to thank you very much for involving us as a co-moderator for this session, special session, and very important session regarding the anthropological and socio-cultural factors that could impact the access and the behavior regarding vaccine. I am very pleased to co-moderate this session with my colleagues and friends, Professor Francine Tommy. I'm very happy really to do this work with you. Please, Professor Francine, if you can also do yourself. Thank you. Micro, please. Francine?
Yes, oh, sorry. So, yes, thank you, Professor Maroufi, and thank you, Africa CDC, for inviting me to co-moderate this session. Thank you, John Kengasong, for this first. And yes, so shall I introduce you, Professor Maroufi, who you are? You are someone very important. So you are the Director of Institut Pasteur du Maroc. You are Professor of Epidemiology and Public Health and Director of, of Institut Pasteur, as I mentioned. Prior to this role, you were Director of the Public Health of the Ministry of Health from 2013 to 2018. And since 2005, you are also serving as the head of the Department of Epidemiology and Health of the Faculty of Medicine in Morocco. And so Professor Maroufi has participated in many missions of expertise with the WHO and other international organizations. He was the director of a national program of prevention and control of communicable and non-communicable diseases, and he's the founder of the field of epidemiology training program in Morocco. Oh, I'm quite impressed, Professor Maroufi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Francine. I have also the pleasure to introduce my co-moderator, Professor Francine, which is really a founder and the chair and executive director of the Congolese Foundation for Medical Research at the Republic of Congo. Professor Francine is also a very important person in scientific and expertise in terms of public health. She is associate professor at the University of Tübingen at Germany. She is also a member of several scientific committees and international scientific networks in Africa. And her main area of activities in public health is research in malaria. And throughout also her career, she really, with excellence, she has trained African scientists of various nationalities in disciplines such as immunology and molecular epidemiology. Professor Francine, she's from, since 2018, she leads the Congolese Foundation for Medical Research, which is an important institution that aims at strengthening and reinforce health research activities in the field of infectious disease in our friendly country, Republic of Congo. So after this brief introduction, I would like to introduce the first presenter of our panelist, which is Professor Larson. Professor Larson, you are here?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Hello, Professor. Professor Larson, she is an eminent anthropologist and director of one important project, which is Vaccine Confidence Project. She is professor of anthropology at the London School of Asian and Tropical Medicine. Dr. Larson also has a big experience in terms of really socio-anthropology of health, and particularly for vaccine area. She previously headed the global immunization communication at the HOSAGE working group, which is an important, as you know, group, advisory group for WHO on SAGE question. And she particularly really worked on question of vaccine hesitancy, and the project which he had actual Vaccine Confidence Project is a whole center of excellence on addressing vaccine and political factors that can affect uptake of health intervention and influence policies. Really, she is the good person to talk about what are the anthropological considerations and factors and perspectives for COVID-19 vaccines development and access in our continent, African continent. So please, you have the floor, Professor.
Thank you. Let's see. I'll go back to the top. Let's see. Sorry. Can you see?
Yes.
It's clear. Okay, thank you. I know it's just a brief time and we have a number of speakers after. Thank you so much. I think I took out a couple of my first slides because the basis for and the reason for some of the approaches of anthropology and bringing social listening to the picture and response have been repeatedly stated, and I haven't been able to sit in all of the sessions, but yesterday and today, issues of trust, of confidence, of community, and of local ownership up to at multiple levels have been repeatedly stated, and I don't need to make a case for that clearly. I recognize that there is newer issues on the horizon, well beyond our typical access issues, which are particularly in the some of the very serious social media negativity, which the World Economic Forum calls digital wildfires. I think our first challenge we're doing at the Vaccine Confidence Project, I founded it 10 years ago. There were already issues emerging, and I had worked on this topic for 10 years before with UNICEF, but then realized we need to go deeper and understand what is driving all the questions and sentiments behind vaccines that are starting to challenge, which is not something the vaccine community was used to being questioned so much. And I set up this global research project. We do a mix of global social media monitoring. We do surveys, we do on the ground deep dives, local community work. And one of the bigger projects we've been working on, or initiatives we've been partnering on, is on Ebola, on Ebola vaccine trials in Sierra Leone, in DRC, Rwanda, Uganda, and there's many things we can learn from that. And also I'll say a couple things about the background of confidence and trust issues facing us. We've started to shift our listening very much to COVID and public sentiments around the government responses. And one of the things we're hearing more than almost anything, well, there are two things. COVID doesn't exist, and a vaccine, they're making vaccines too safe, they can't be too quick, they can't be safe. But I think our first challenge is, and I don't think this has really been talked so much about in these 2 days, is our first challenge is to overcome the perception that COVID is not real. It is real. And we had this in the beginning of Ebola, but this is even more complex than Ebola, because Ebola is clear from when the symptoms onset to the outcome, and it became, once it was acknowledged that it was real, was more recognizable. We have a different challenge with COVID. It is not like a flu. It is not like Ebola. You can spread it asymptomatically, and it's actually having a range of symptoms that the public is not associating with COVID. Heart attacks, stroke, heart failure, things that people are not in their minds recognizing that this is a COVID-triggered event. If we don't, across the continent, create a better awareness about what does COVID look like, it's not just a cough. It's not just a fever. You may not even have a fever and you're already contracted it. If we don't get that basic understanding and acceptance and awareness of the whole spectrum of COVID, it will be very hard to get people to want a vaccine. I'm trained as an anthropologist and a long time ago with a lot of the traditional methodological approaches. Anthropology is quite recognized as for its unique participant observation, not studying from a distance, but living and participating within communities, listening, watching, and understanding people's perspectives. The field of anthropology has changed dramatically in the context of a lot of new technologies and methodology. There's actually, you can get a master's or PhD in what they call digital anthropology. And that's the science of learning and listening from social media, online learning. But one thing in our group, we have a number of people who are specialists in more digital anthropology, but I would never rely only on digital methods. You get some very important information through watching social media, news, trying to understand, but it's never the same as listening face to face. But we shouldn't look at them in isolation. And the other thing that we've learned in our group is you can have a WhatsApp. Some people say, well, you can't listen to WhatsApp if you're not in the group. How do we learn from it? Well, WhatsApp messages don't stay on WhatsApp. They get copied, printed, posted. I've seen them, someone take a picture of a WhatsApp message, go to the local print shop, tack it on a tree, read it on the radio, read it in a religious discourse. These messages amplify through multiple mediums. That's part of what we're looking at the Vaccine Confidence Project. How did these things start? What's their pattern of spread? And how and where do we intervene to mitigate any negative harm caused by these amplification? One area where we were called in to do try to understand what happened was around 2 Ebola vaccine trials, which were suspended in Ghana due to early rumors. And we looked at a lot of the change over time, how things spread, and we looked at all the different types of concerns. Ghana's benefiting from trials. We've heard this already, again, with the Guinea anxiety about being in a trial, the term guinea pigs has been used, past violations, risks, it's secret. One of the biggest issues, and we have an opportunity to prevent this, secrecy, transparency is a big driver of negative anti-sentiment. If communities feel they're not included in the conversation, we've lost them. So we have time before we have a COVID vaccine to engage communities in conversation about who's going to get the vaccine first? We're not going to have enough for everyone at first. Why do you think it should be, for instance, the healthcare workers first? They're on the front lines. How is the vaccine made? Why is it taking that long? Or why do they think they can make it sooner? We need to be listening to the questions and concerns now, because we do have time. In addition to some of the media and social media analysis, as I said, we don't want to rely only on that. We went into, in this case, into Ghana with an interviewer and a video, and went around interviewing as many different perspectives on this, these rumors and their spread. You can go to our website, we have this video, and you can hear multiple perspectives, from a journalist in the North, to the Academy of Science, to people from Parliament, to local religious leaders, what they all interpreted this about. It's really important to see those dynamics. And I know the School of Medicine in Accra is using this as a case study. We're trying to do more and more case studies so people can anticipate and see the patterns of spread of these rumors and where to engage and where to engage early. Again, we do have time to build confidence for a new COVID vaccine, and I am absolutely thrilled and honored to be able to speak here. And also, I think it's so important that you're having this meeting now. We do have time. You do have time to do something to make this potential for a new vaccine a success to the extent possible. As the title of the important meeting underlines, local ownership is fundamental. I don't need to state that even, it's already been repeated. Trust in the manufacturing, trust in the safety, trust in the providers, trust in the local health officer or professional who's going to be doing the vaccinators. We need trust among the healthcare providers who are going to be giving the vaccines. One thing we've seen is that's an area that we've underestimated, that actually healthcare providers themselves can sometimes have questions. We should be engaging patients and family members, people who have been personally affected by COVID. They are going to be our best advocates when anyone, and I've been very close to some very serious illness around COVID, and anyone who's experienced it closely and has any relatives or friends dying, they are the ones who can stand up to why a vaccine's important. Another important thing is this is not, as we heard earlier, and it's not the only health intervention, and even within the COVID response, we've been promoting hand washing, distancing, masking. But one of the risks, one of the things that came up in trying to roll out the oral cholera vaccine was tensions with the hand washing sanitary wash groups and the vaccine groups, because they felt like if you give a vaccine, people are going to stop washing their hands. We have to see this as a mixed complementary efforts. So we've already learned that this can come up as an issue. Let's use our learnings and make sure that in the discussions, in the communication, we contextualize anything about a COVID vaccine in the context of other things you will still need to do.
Professor Larson, please, you have 1 minute to complete your intervention.
This is the Ebola work we did was called EBODAC. It was about Ebola vaccine deployment, acceptance, and compliance. And the next speaker, Shelly Lees, who was one of the anthropologists working on the trial's name was EBOVAC. She'll tell you more, but we do have a guidebook on a lot of our learnings, which is available. And just the background confidence in vaccine safety in Africa, we've measured it across the continent. And there's a big difference between what people think about the importance of vaccines more broadly and their perceptions of safety. The vaccine safety confidence across the continent is weak, and that's a real issue to build on for vaccines more generally and anticipating. This is my last slide, just to say the sentiments behind the anti-vaccine rumors are real, are deep, and deleting them will not remove the emotions behind them. So just deleting information is not getting to the roots of it. It's about relationships, trust, emotions, fears, and anxieties. But as was just stated at the end of the last session, the COVID-19 response is an opportunity for trust building now before we have a vaccine to prepare for it. And this is just our website where you can see the Ghana video and other resources. And we're adding a lot more related to COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this very important presentation, which highlight really these key factors, anthropological factors that are very important to take account in the process of vaccine development and also vaccine promotion and implementation. I think we'll have a good question and discussion at the end of this session. I give the floor to my co-moderator, Professor Francine, to introduce the second presenter, please.
Thank you, Prof. I would like to introduce Dr. Shelly Lees. She's Associate Professor in the Anthropology of Gender, Violence and HIV based at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Over the past 20 years, much of the focus of her research has been on gender and health in Tanzania, and she's currently conducting anthropological research on violence against women and children with a number of different projects in Tanzania. I'll stop here and the floor is yours, Dr. Shelly Lees.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And just thank you so much for inviting me. Unfortunately, I was invited at the last minute, so I hope that I've prepared an appropriate presentation. I thank you so much, Heidi, for your presentation. I think my presentation will focus down onto the role of anthropology within vaccine trials and deployment of vaccines. I think the points that were made by Professor Rees and Dr. Gitahi and others about the importance of community engagement resonate really strongly with all of us. And here I want to show you how anthropology can help with effective community engagement by really listening to communities about what they want. A lot of the work that we've done in the conducted in the Ebola vaccine trials have really been drawn from work we've done in HIV trials over the last 15 years. Next slide. I think it's important to understand, as Heidi has noted, what anthropological perspectives can show. As Heidi noted, anthropologists traditionally explore context, and the role is really to get deep down into the context and look very much at those specific cultures, social and historical and political contexts, as well as economic contexts. These are really, really important to understand when you're going to commence a trial in a community. As we've learned from HIV trials, I think it's really important to understand these particular influences if we're going to look at relationships and trust in vaccines. So anthropology can provide an in-depth understanding of the social cultural context in which trials are conducted, but also can help us understand the procedures and practices of clinical trials themselves and how acceptable many of these procedures are, particularly questions around ethics, performance of informed consent, randomization, and other trial procedures, but also how more broadly biomedical research and vaccine trials are accepted within the communities. We have seen in the past the closure of trials due to poor information or dialogue or involvement in communities in the opening of trials. Next slide. I want to give you here just 3 ways in which anthropologists have been contributing to understanding of vaccine development and vaccine deployment. I think we need to click again, because I did have some whoever's doing the clicks, I think you need to click again. Okay, I can just read them out. So over the last, well, since 2015, in the tail end of the Ebola epidemic, the Ebavax alone trial was commenced in Sierra Leone. We had with the Abadak team, a team of social scientists very much early on exploring community acceptance of the emerging trial, as well as long-term research of the trial since then. And more recently, the PREVET trial in Sierra Leone, the Janssen & Janssen trial in North Kivu. And here we're really looking both at participant experiences of the trial and also community understandings of the trial. I'm really, really pleased to note from some of the speakers the emphasis on involving communities in the design of vaccine trials. And this has really come out of good participatory practice. And we're now commencing some studies on how you engage with communities in the design of vaccine trials, and ways in which these deliberations about design of trial, particularly around questions around randomization, which evolve as ethical considerations during epidemics, can be dialogue between research scientists and the community. And we're going to commence some of this deliberative engagement work in Tanzania, Uganda, and Sierra Leone. Next slide. Yeah, okay, you have to click a few times, sorry. So these were the trials that I mentioned. And yeah, thank you. So next slide. And in line with this, a lot of the anthropological work we've been doing about epidemic response has also been looking at facilitators and barriers of vaccine deployment and administration during epidemics. And again, if you could click a few more times, we're currently doing research in a number of contexts to look at different aspects of vaccine deployment, particularly health systems. We're looking at that in Sierra Leone around the Ebola epidemic, One Health in Uganda, looking at maternal health and understandings of vaccines following the Zika epidemic in Brazil. We're also looking at social media and understandings of vaccines in India. And we have also done a very specific piece of work on the ring vaccination of the Ebola, the Merck vaccine in the Equator, following the Equator Ebola outbreak. Next slide. Sorry, you'll have to click again. I just wanted this is not a very easy diagram to see, so I will just explain that how important we think that anthropological involvement in these questions isn't just simply about an academic exercise, but can contribute to the trial procedures and also to community engagement. So in the setup of the Ebavax alone trial with Heidi Larson and our other colleagues, we set up a system where the social science team would work very closely and in communication with the community engagement team and also with the external communication team. And all of our learnings from both social science and engagement with the communities was fed to the clinical team on a weekly basis, and was able to inform the clinical trial team about adapting procedures, particularly procedures around clinic times. I mean, procedures that can be adapted quite easily, but also for the clinical trial team to understand concerns and rumors within the community about the trial. Next slide. I just want to share a couple of slides about the sort of things that we have found by conducting anthropological research in the trials. In the Ebavax alone trial, as the trial was being set up, we conducted research to ask about community acceptability of the procedures to set up the trial. And three really interesting things emerged from this. The first is about the notion of power. And here it is understanding who you engage with the communities, and that power doesn't just sit with certain groups, but that you need to engage with diverse groups within the community and understand local contestations of power. The second thing that emerged, and I know that this emerges from lots of work we do around biomedical research, and as Heidi has talked about in terms of trust of knowledge around epidemics, but issues around trust and mistrust during the Ebola epidemic, we found it was much more effective to confront rather than reject anxieties and to understand the nature of these anxieties. And finally, fairness in terms of opportunities to participate in the trial. And we can share at another time the ways in which recruitment was effectively made to be a fair opportunity in this trial. Next slide. Through our anthropological research as part of a trial led by our Sierra Leone colleagues, we asked participants what were their motivations to participate in the trial, and 4 concepts emerged. This often emerges and has emerged in HIV trials, and I suspect in other trials. Why are people motivated to join the trial? The first notion is the idea of altruism sacrifice. Many Sierra Leone participants said that, what can I do for my country? How can I contribute as a citizen in my country? Notions of curiosity and hope. Will this vaccine work? Will it protect me from Ebola? For many vaccine trials, an opportunity to get better healthcare. So many people sought to get better healthcare, to understand their health status, but also to see that the vaccine could potentially protect them from Ebola. And finally, notions of exchange. What emerged was an expectation that this altruistic behavior or bravery will be awarded at some stage in the future. This does resonate very much with an HIV prevention trial that I worked on with Professor Rees, the microepisodes development program, where we saw very, very similar motives for women to participate in microepisodes trial. The last slide, thank you. Next slide. So there's 3 points that I would like to make, which I think really do emphasize everything that has been said before. But I strongly want to emphasize the importance of social science involvement in both the setup and the conduct and the trial, and perhaps in the following any vaccine trials. And I think we have seen the need for increasing social science capacity in this field, in the region. There are a number of initiatives and a number of consortiums and networks that are strengthening social science capacity, and to emphasize how important that social science in vaccine trials is led from Africa and not from the global north. There are discussions with a number of networks of my colleagues about the potential to set up social science networks across the continent, and also sites of excellence for social science in epidemics and vaccine trials. Yes, so thank you. I'd like to finish here.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this important presentation. Let us move to the last presentation, and we will gather our discussion at the end of this session. So the next presentation will be an important also insight in this session. It's regard COVID-19 vaccines trials in Africa. What are the perspectives from African Academy of Science? This presentation will be done by Professor Kariuki. Professor Kariuki is the director of the programs at the African Academy of Science, where he really leads the Alliance for Accelerating Excellence in Science in Africa platform, which was launched in 2015 by the Academy of Science, African Academy of Science. And this platform is really an important program It's an agenda setting and program management platform. An internationally recognized also as immunologist, Professor Kariuki leads the academia programmatic activities to accelerate world-class research, foster innovation, and promote scientific leadership in the continent. He oversees also the funding of research and development and commercialization of novel high-impact science, technology, and innovation solutions for our continent. So really, he's an important person who is very active in this field of vaccines development and really promotion. Thank you very much, Professor. You have the field.
Thank you very much to you and Francine, and I hope that I am able to share my slides, and I hope they are visible. I just want to get into some of the things that I want to highlight during this presentation. The African Academy of Sciences has a mission that is really very much focused on people, on excellence, and on partnership. And this agenda of vaccine development is one that has been driving us. Some of the projects and scientists that we are supporting across the continent with regard to funding, institutional strengthening, leadership development, excellence in Africa. And we are very keen to see the emergence of new centers of leadership for research and development in Africa. And I'm also going to reference to some of the partnership that we had very strongly with CEPI, whose lure is really to look at how to accelerate development of vaccines that are emerging against infectious diseases, and particularly the interest and the way we are tracking the work that they are doing and our partnership with them on how to enable the development of vaccines, particularly in Africa. Because when we look at the snapshot of COVID-19 vaccine development in Africa and globally, what we find is that the R&D centers that are actually doing most of the discovery work is happening in North America, in Europe, and in China. And Africa has limited R&D capacities for vaccine discovery, vaccine development, and production. And this is something I think that many of the people who have been participating in this meeting have been saying that needs to change moving forward. We need to see more discovery work happening in Africa, more development and more production of vaccines happening on our continent. Now, there is a whole myriad of things that are coming out of this COVID development vaccine work. More than 200 vaccine candidates are available currently. And if you look at some of these, some of them, like 110 of them, are currently at the exploratory stages. A few are in clinical development. As of what I've heard this week, there could be 13 of them now that are in clinical development. Many of these are being driven by small organizations. Academias are driving about 30% of what is coming out. Of course, we can expect that many of the big pharma and big R&D organizations will become more and more involved. Developers usually don't have the money to make all the way to the delivery of the vaccine. Therefore, we can expect that we will see more and more money from big pharma, for example, getting into this. We all hope that that will happen. Now, some of the lead organizations that currently in 27 countries, there is currently little public information on vaccine development activity in Africa. But this is the reason why we, as the African Academy of Sciences, has built a clinical trials community platform for Africa that one could become very globally connected and which showcases the work that is happening in the continent on R&D. Now, the clinical trials platform has focused on the fact that we receive less than 2% or around 2% of clinical trials in Africa. And that's because there's a lack of knowledge on the location and the capabilities of the continent. There are uncertainties with regard to the timelines for regulatory and ethical reviews. And I think this is a very good plus for the work that FRF is actually leading in Africa. And we've been partnerships with FRF to make sure that we showcase what is coming out of what FRF is doing and what is coming out of what the African Academy of Sciences is doing. And there's a lot of information on our CTC platform now available on our website after being launched only a few weeks ago. And I think very, very positive news is that out of this very short period of time, we are seeing many, many institutions that have registered on the platform that are planning or loading out some COVID trials. Most of them are interventional studies in Africa. The two big countries, as always, is Egypt and South Africa, but many more countries in Africa are also lining up to get involved in the vaccine development partnerships. I want to just highlight the fact that one of the challenges we have for many of our researchers in Africa is to pose questions to them. When we are going to get into the development of vaccines, what platforms are we using in Africa? And part of the projects that we are supporting in Africa, we want our researchers to really focus on the technology platforms and to ask questions whether they have the centers, the institutions, the organizations with these sort of strengthened platforms, because one can focus on a number of platforms that are very important. We are familiar with attenuated or inactivated vaccines that have been around for many years and have been really been very good to do this. They have viral vector platforms, they are proteins, they are virus-like particles, and they are DNA and RNA platforms that are very quick to get into. And so we, for the most part now, are looking to the north for much of this to happen out there. But I think the question I pose here is when are we going to get really prepared to get into the discovery phase where we can actually apply some of these technology platforms for the advantages and disadvantages that they have to prepare us into the development phase and delivery phase for the vaccines. So very, very important to think about these capacities and capabilities that we need to build to get into that stage. And then the other aspect is to really emphasize the fact that going from discovery, development, and delivery of vaccines require for us to have this experience that we have had in Africa for many years, building clinical trials for malaria, HIV, TB. They can be repurposed, they can be expanded to now include the work on COVID-19. And there are propositions to think of. If we want to get into manufacturing capacity, we need to think about whether we should focus more on DNA work or RNA work, or synthetic platforms that could be scaled at via available research facilities. So in some of these areas, low capital investments are required. You don't need to have new factories or very big warehouses to build. The gold standard is for us to meet the safety, the effectiveness, and the scaling for this. But there are different ways in which we can leapfrog some of the traditional ways of doing vaccination. I highlight a number of candidates that, as of now, but I think I also want to just emphasize here that it's good to see the one coming to Africa that started in South Africa, that is actually being driven by Oxford. But many more of these actually should also be coming our way, but many of these are not. And therefore, going back to the question I keep posing, which is, where is our capacities, where is our capabilities to get into this current stage of testing for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, all the way to delivery of these vaccines? That we are not there yet, and therefore we need to keep asking the questions about how we build these capacities. One thing that I think that needs to be a paradigm shift is the fact that we agree that we need very soon a vaccine to enable us to get back to normality. If we agree that we all want to get back to normality, hopefully by when? Well, 2021. But if that's the case, then one of the things to think about is whether we want to use the traditional paradigm as proposed, or an outbreak paradigm that organizations like CEPI are really looking into, so that instead of taking 5 to 10 years to go from the first phases to all the way to licensure, after going through all the clinical trials could take up to 10 years or more, there needs to be sort of a speeded outbreak paradigm or adaptive trials that takes us from discovery to manufacturing in 18 months or less. Now, we all hope we can get a vaccine by the middle of next year, but only if we are able to go through the development, the target identification, the preclinical work, and very quickly then getting into clinical trials. And we shortened the period required to going from the early stages to late stage all the way to final stage production in less than 18 months. We can aim for this kind of thing. And I think for Africa, if we are thinking about this, there is a big opportunity for us to leapfrog and get into this kind of paradigm shift and adaptive trials that can actually help us do things differently. For CEPI particularly, I've been tracking what they are doing with some of these current portfolio of consisting of about 9 projects. And again, just to emphasize the fact that the location is nowhere in Africa. Some of them could be the last one that is really.
Got it on my phone.
Yes. So one last one to say that the need for speed, for scale, and access. And there are two things I want to say. Is first, I think, is to think about how are we going to build the vaccines pillars in Africa? Are we going to get into sort of partnerships that can add up into manufacturing? The pillar requires the scale up of vaccines, and this needs to also happen through partnership with the World Health Organization, Gavi, and CEPI. And finally, it's to really also explore how the Gavi Secretariat is now building this pooled procurement facility, because at the end of the day, any vaccine that is developed needs to be accessible to those who are the most vulnerable groups, including in Africa. And we can do this, and we can also see what has been done with the other vaccines, like the pneumococcal vaccines and with the Ebola vaccines, how this can be done through this kind of procurement facility, so that we can build more vaccine production facilities in Africa. I am only aware about these 6 or 7 or 8 countries that probably have an element of vaccination and production, and we need to build more facilities in Africa. So the idea is for us to say, yes, we need to get into the globally connected ventures and partnerships, but to get to this end where we can actually have discovery, development, and production of vaccines in Africa, we have some way to go, but those are the issues that we as the African Academy of Sciences want to continue in making investments with our partners, with institutions, and with all the funders and sponsors that are interested in clinical trials in Africa. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kariuki. So I think we have 10 minutes for questions. Thank you for the 3 presenters for these very good, exciting presentations. And I've seen many people asking questions. So maybe I will take the first one. Professor Maroufi, I think we have time for 3 or 4 questions.
Yes.
And to the last presenter, maybe one question was, do you not think Africa Academy of Science through NEPAD must promote establishment of centers of excellence in vaccinology? So Professor Kariuki.
Yes. Yes, I hear you, Francine. Yes, I mean, it's a good question. And this is going to be a journey that is taking a long time for us to get where we want to go. This is because it takes a lot of resources, money, to make the level of investments that you could move from, sort of a startup organization to one that is an excellent, that has leadership, that has equipment, that has the resources, people, excellence, leadership. All of these things must come together before you can say that you are beginning to see, discovery work is happening, development work is happening, delivery work is happening. Now, what we have done is to put money in a number of organizations by mobilizing a lot of resources over the last 5 years. We put a lot of money into a lot of organizations across the continent. And one of the things that is very encouraging is we are seeing centers of excellence that are emerging from out of Africa, not just the usual suspects, because we need to move away from just the usual suspects who are competitive globally. We want to see new centers in Africa that actually can say, yes, I can do a clinical trial in Sierra Leone or in wherever in Africa. And I mentioned Sierra Leone because it's one of the centers that have actually been very much involved with our clinical trials development. And there are many, many other institutions that have registered on that platform to say we have some capacity, but we can also be helped by building more capacities. So that's the way in which we'll be going in this one.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. The following question is probably addressed to Dr. Professor Shelly. There is one important question here that I see. To what extent the current misconceptions and conspiracy theories across the continent on COVID-19 or reflection on how the experts have failed to effectively communicate these issues to ordinary people and communities?
Thank you very much for the question. I don't know if I can speak for the whole continent. What we're doing in Sierra Leone and DRC is repurposing our social science.
I'm on the wrong thing. Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Repurposing our social science to do ethnography in the sites where the vaccine trials were. And I think it is very interesting that before the Ebola vaccine trial in Sierra Leone, there was a lot of, well, throughout the epidemic, a lot of mistrust about Ebola and about expertise and science. But immediately the trial started, through effective community engagement, there was much, much better there was trust, you know, there was a growth in trust around the vaccine and science. But what we are starting to pick up in Sierra Leone, but in DRC and Tanzania, where else I work, is a different type of distrust around COVID-19, in that initially seen as a disease of the West or a disease of China. And so some of the same ideas of distrust are emerging. So it seems that Ebola hasn't ended. The vaccine trials that are around Ebola haven't ended that mistrust. And I think there is still a very strong need for political engagement around COVID-19 in those contexts and in other contexts, because distrust can quickly emerge around new epidemics. I hope that's answered to some extent that question.
Excellent, thank you very much, Professor. I have another also question, I think, for Professor Larson. The question tells that some of the factors that work against community confidence in vaccines and clinical research is the vaccine development and clinical research initiatives are mostly led by academic and research institutions in the global north. So a good example is the COVID-19 focused research led by Oxford University and rejected in a number of African countries. Partnering with African-based academic and research institutions in this area really can, in vaccine development and clinical trials, would probably help overcome some of the resistance. Is this an area Africa CDC could or is looking at?
Well, I can't speak for Africa CDC, but I think that certainly from our Ebola vaccine trial experience, and then also the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine work very closely and are part of the MRC in Entebbe and in the Gambia. I know Pontiano Kalebu spoke yesterday. We have a lot of collaborations that are more led locally, but I do think one of the whole points of this gathering is that it's just not enough. There is a movement in that direction, but I think that without that full ownership from the level of leading trials, I think that's one of the deeper drivers of some of the anxiety and conspiracies, because it's not enough local ownership. So I think the objective of this meeting and the movement it's starting is certainly to build on that. But I do see that across the Ebola vaccine trials, there is a growing shift, but we absolutely need more.
Professor Francine, yes, please.
Okay. I have a short question to one of the speakers. You mentioned the challenge of, for many people, COVID-19 doesn't exist. And a too quick vaccine cannot be safe. That's the perception. What would be the way to change that? Do you have some solution that can be used and tested right now? Because the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, will come not probably, but hopefully next year. So what would be, based on your experience, how to change as soon as possible this perception? Thank you.
Well, I think that we need far more and thorough communication about what is the experience of having COVID, what is causing people to die and illness, and how is it translated. We need more media coverage of stories of what is that experience. We need community leaders to talk about it. We need local institutions. It's not being talked about enough. And I appreciate that one of the anxieties about not talking about the range of symptoms and illness is that there's a kind of an existential anxiety that if you talk too much about it, we'll be in lockdown again. And then that'll cause other problems with not having our jobs. So there's a tension both at a political level and at a local level that, you know, we're weighing multiple risks here. So I appreciate maybe some of the hesitancy, but we're also learning as we're going around the world, not just in Africa. I mean, we don't know a lot here. We're learning every day. So I think more communication about personal stories of the longer term illnesses, how the immune system can actually overreact at some points and cause other problems. This is a very complex virus. So I think that can help. The personal stories can make the reality more tangible. And the second question, I'm sorry, you asked, I think, a second question aside from COVID is real, or that was the main one?
Yeah, the perceptions of, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Professor Maroufi.
Thank you very much. I would like also to add one question, if you permit, regarding our specific societies in African countries. We can observe some really beliefs and values that usually act as barriers to access and to use vaccine as a tool of public health. And one key of these beliefs are related to our religion or various religion standpoints and vaccines objection. For example, in Muslim societies, I know that there is one belief that is very present regarding vaccine are really built, and they use some, for example, pork or some constitutions that are prohibited by Muslim countries. So these really religious beliefs are really very difficult to deal with. What is your advice, and how as public health policy makers to deal with this kind of barriers, please?
Do you mind if I answer? Sorry. I think it's really important to not be careful, but to think about the term belief. I mean, people's ideas are not necessarily fixed. People might have ideas about things that have come from education or media. People's ideas are not fixed, and we have seen that with effective community engagement. So, but nevertheless, you're right, you know, that we have to engage with different ideas around science. And I think it's important to engage directly with those questions, not to dismiss them as wrong ideas or beliefs, but rather to have a dialogue about these, about ideas that differ from scientific ideas. And that's my thought.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Larson, you have some idea to add?
Yes. Oh, oops, let me see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I would just add to that we've seen that some of these perceptions, I mean, some of the older religious texts, vaccines didn't exist then. So as we know with religion, it's very much about the interpretation. But one thing we see is crucial is local religious leaders. You can be receiving the word from the global Organization of Islamic States. We've seen this with the polio issue that says it's fine to use oral polio vaccine. The porcine and the gelatin is remote enough from the actual animal that it's acceptable for saving lives. But then even in the UK, you get local leaders who have a different view. So it's not enough to do regional religious leaders or global. We saw the same thing with AIDS and some verdicts coming from the Pope and what the local Catholic nuns in certain countries in Africa would discreetly refer to needed modes of protection. But that's where I think embedding locally is absolutely crucial, because you can get support and you can have also local leaders who undermine because they don't feel like they're engaged.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I think we arrive at the end of our session. Really, I would like to thank you very much our presenters for their valuable and very important presentation and insights. I would like to renew my thanks to CDC Africa for really choosing this topic of sociological and anthropological perspectives in question of vaccine development and vaccine administration. I think it's a very important problem and very important aspect that we should not, as public health officials and public health policy makers, to not really overcome. Really, we learn a lot of about this decision, and we see how this question of anthropological perspective and sociological factors should be really highlighted from the whole process of development of vaccine and also administration and implementation. So the key factors, I think, that we learn is transparency and involvement and participation of community to improve their capacity to be engaged and really to be participate in the whole process. It will facilitate a lot of adoption and really to clarify some misconception and some beliefs that could be barriers in the implementation and the use of vaccine as preventive therapeutics. Very important also the presentation of our professor from the African Academy of Science, which highlights really the importance of promoting clinical trials. In our country, we see that only 2% of clinical trials that are conducted and involve our African countries. I think this is very important subject to promote and to work on really. So as really public health, healthy policy makers, I learned a lot. Thank you very much for this insight. And really, this is a topic that is now should be really very developed and very to put a lot of focus on these aspects It's a key factors for success of all public health strategies regarding vaccines and other also intervention in terms of prevention and health promotion. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much also for all participants that followed this discussion and the quality of their question and their also commentaries. Professor Francine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. You have the floor for the organizer.
Thank you, Professor Marufi and Professor Francine. What an excellent session, really great session. And all the speakers, I mean, we've learned a ton from this, and I'm sure it's going to help inform our strategy as we develop it going forward. Thank you once more for making this happen. And let's then transition to our next session, which is going to be a special session on communication and civil society. And it ties very well with the previous session, as we talked so much about community, religious leaders, and civil society. So I think this is the time for us to hear from a very exciting collection of experts. And this session will be chaired by Professor Okereke and Dr. Alex Coutinho. Eberi and Alex, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. John, and thank you to you and to all the organizers of this excellent conference. It's been a really interesting and riveting day and a half so far. And I'd like to thank all the audience who have stayed with us. This is the penultimate session. I think you'd all agree that this has been a very insightful and valuable session that we've all had the privilege of participating in. So I will start by introducing myself and then ask my co-moderator to introduce himself as well. So I am Vera Songwe. I'm a consultant in global public health and communicable disease control, and I work for Public Health England, currently based in the UK. I lead a project that works with Africa CDC and a lot of national public health agencies across the African and Asian continents, building up capacity for global health security. So COVID and how the African continent is able to respond to it is very much part of my my priorities and work. And I will hand over to my colleague to introduce himself.
Thanks, Abere. And my name is Alex Coutinho. I want to add my voices to congratulate and thank Africa CDC for taking the lead in this very important meeting. I'm speaking from Kampala, Uganda, and despite a very Portuguese name, I was born here in Uganda, raised in Uganda, and I've spent all my active life as a doctor and global health in Africa. I've been part of HIV for 38 years and part of global health for 20 years, intersecting with several global health organizations, including WHO, UNAIDS, the Global Fund. And I've had the privilege to chair the boards of the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative and the International Partnership for Microbicides. So I'm currently working as a consultant in public health. So as we kick off our speakers, I just wanted to emphasize, even listening to the previous discussions, the importance of communication and communities. And this session is about communication and civil society. And we have to appreciate that in Africa, you know, we've been in this epidemic now for 4 or 5 months, and there is already an environment in which this communication and the intersection with communities, whether by government or civil society, is going to occur. In many countries in Africa, there has already been politicization of the epidemic, and that is relevant to some of the messages that we will be communicating. There continue to be lockdowns, and communities have their views on these lockdowns and their perceptions around COVID and vaccines. And as a result of lockdowns, and sometimes sadly, the use of threats and fear and quarantines, this whole issue of trust between communities and government and civil society, and the way that trust might have been built or undermined in terms of how communities are going to respond to vaccines, is one of the themes that we are going to be talking about in the next hour. And our first speaker is Ms. Eba Kalondo, who is a spokesperson to the chairperson African Union Commission in Ethiopia. Prior to that, she has held several senior positions in strategic and risk communication at the World Health Organization, Foundation Hirondelle, France 24, and Reuters. And her topic is the role of risk communication in vaccine acceptance. So Eba, as you come in to speak, I want to ask this question to you to kick off what you have to tell us. How should we address the lack of confidence of vaccines in general and suspicion of new vaccine programs generated by misinformation to stop this becoming a threat to the success of a COVID-19 vaccination program when we start that program in Africa? Eba?
Thank you so much, Dr. Coutinho. And I think you've already answered the question. The issue of trust, I think, cannot be overestimated in any types of communication when we talk about hesitancy in communities, within families, around the efficacy or even the utility of vaccines, and especially in pandemics, more so in pandemics, maybe because pandemics, the virus, over and above the epidemiological reality of the virus and its danger that it poses to communities and families, is the hidden virus, which is fear. People, when things like pandemics and the lessons of the Ebola outbreak, especially the West African outbreak of 2014 and 15 taught us, is that rational thought, when people are faced with such an imminent existential danger that feeds into the imagination like Ebola does, and to a certain extent COVID has done the same, because like you say, the politicization and also the fact that it's a novel virus. Nobody has seen such a virus before. So the evidence and the science is evolving as the virus evolves, making it very difficult sometimes for the experts, as it were, to be trusted with the evidence that they are presenting, which basically is lessons learned of a virus that is basically growing with us as it behaves and as it evolves in our bodies. So when we talk about vaccines and the importance of risk communications in vaccine acceptance, I think the word risk is basically part of it. And the other part of it is exactly what you said at the beginning, trust. It's because it's how do we communicate the level of risk of not doing the right thing, of not washing your hands, for example, in terms of prevention strategies. But then obviously also when the time comes, when a candidate vaccine, which is deemed to be safe enough for human consumption, comes into circulation, how then to make sure that people not only trust that it will help them, their families, and protect their loved ones, their communities, and their countries from further infection, because what vaccines obviously do is to prevent infection. It doesn't cure infection. And what Ebola has taught us is that you need to know the community, how it is that they view the candidate vaccine and how they feel about the virus themselves. So when you communicate risk, it's understanding how that risk is already perceived of the disease, of illness, and the risk of well-being, given people's understanding, sensitivities, and we talk about matters of faith, matters of trust in people that have moral authority over the person that you are speaking to. What are they saying? What are the people with moral authority in that community impart to people who could benefit from such a vaccine is an extremely important point. So I think part of risk communications is not speaking on the risk yourself. I think what we've learned with Ebola is that unless risk communications is community-led and accepted by the community through those with moral authority, and who are able to integrate the perceptions, the preoccupations, the worries that cannot be adequately communicated by, say, the medical response, the response givers of a response, really become the difference between success or utter failure, because the epidemiological reality of a virus often has to contend with how much you are trusted, and therefore how much that message can be trusted in that particular reality. And we are coming to a point where there's such a deluge of information, and I use that word almost lightly, because information doesn't have to be, it can be very compelling and interesting, but in today's reality, and especially with the response to COVID, we see that information doesn't need to be true for people to believe it. So you can only—
We have a minute,
yes.
As I would ask kindly if you can wrap up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I think that when we talk about risk communications, and very much to conclude, and I think really, Dr. Coutinho, you really did say, is how do you manage to get trust to your message and to the person who is giving the message, to make sure that people will want to try vaccines. And I'm sure this conversation will talk more about it as we go along. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much. And as we listen to the other speakers, I will ask you to consider this question to be answered later: is there a place for fear and threats to get the community to cooperate, in inverted commas, and line up for a vaccine? But we'll get that answer later.
Right.
Let's segue to the next speaker. And I hope, Dr. Simon Agwale, you are online. And Simon is going to be talking about current vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa. He is the CEO of Innovative Biotech Nigeria and USA, and currently the chair of Africa COVID-19 Vaccine Task Team of the Africa Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. And you may ask, what does this session have to do with communication and civil society? And so I ask the question to you, Simon. Do you believe that in trying to build trust and belief in a COVID vaccine, that it would be beneficial if Africans knew that this vaccine was being manufactured in Africa by Africans? And does this make it important for us to scale up vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa, in addition to all the other reasons that I'm sure you're going to be talking about? So over to you, Simon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Alex, and thank you for African CDC for this platform. As you know, this conference has been timeless and has repeatedly pointed out the need for local production. And in this regard, I have two key points to make. I wish I have more than 5 minutes, because it's the whole presentations over the 2 days are centered on local vaccine manufacturing. But I'll do my best. So the first key point to note is something which several speakers have mentioned over the 2 days. It is both vitally important and reassuring to remind ourselves that we don't have to start from scratch in building large-scale vaccine development and manufacturing capability on the continent. There's already in place active vaccine industrial capacities within several countries in Africa, and I would like to provide a very quick overview on this. The first is Institut Pasteur in Dakar in Senegal, that has end-to-end manufacturing capability of yellow fever vaccine, which is WHO pre-qualified, supplying both local and export markets. And then they are currently building a new large-scale facility, which will be operational in 2023. And the capacity is about 30 million doses of vaccines per annum. And then Institut Pasteur in Tunis has been manufacturing the BCG vaccine and also BCG for bladder carcinoma treatment. In addition to that, they have been manufacturing rabies, snake, and scorpion anti-serum. Vaxera in Egypt manufactures the GTP family of vaccines, cholera, and a number of anti-serum products. Also BCG for bladder carcinoma treatment, as well as insulin. Innovative Biotech in Nigeria, which I represent, has developed 3 VLP, that is virus live particle-based candidate vaccines, and currently working with Merck in Germany to set up a VLP vaccine manufacturing platform facility in Nigeria. In addition to that, they have successfully introduced typhoid conjugate vaccine and rotavirus vaccine into the private and public markets in Nigeria, with a plan to backward integrate the capacity to manufacture these vaccines through tech transfer from Biovac in
Donc, le Biovac.
Biovac.
Can we ask, if you're not speaking, to please go on mute until it's your turn?
Donc, veuillez éteindre votre micro si vous n'intervenez pas, s'il vous plaît.
Biovac in South Africa has a modern vial and pre-filled syringe filling facilities. They have secured tech transfer deals for 2 vaccines, one from Sanofi and one from Pfizer. They have developed technology for the manufacture of Haemophilus influenza B, which is HIP, which has been outward tech transfer to 3 overseas companies. This is the first time Nigeria, Africa is tech transferring vaccine technologies to overseas countries. And they are currently engaged in the development of a novel multivalent group B streptococcus vaccines. In addition, there are companies, organizations developing plans to establish vaccine manufacturing capacity. And let's call them aspiring vaccine manufacturers. For example, the BioVaccines in Nigeria, which is a partnership between May and Bekker and the Nigerian government. And then we have the biomedical labs looking to set up in Mauritius. And then we have the Dawa Pharmaceuticals in Kenya that are planning to expand and include vaccine manufacturing into their portfolio. And then the Ethiopian Public Health Institute has plans to reestablish vaccine manufacturing capacity. As we know, this institute has been producing vaccines, was producing vaccines in the past. So in summary, we already have on the ground a mix of vaccine development and manufacturing capabilities, some with more ambitious visions and plans than others. The second point to note is it is also vitally important and reassuring to know that we don't have to start from scratch in establishing a platform for advancing vaccine development and manufacturing capacity in Africa. And this includes efforts and activities related to a COVID-19 vaccine. Some years ago, the need to promote local vaccine manufacturing in Africa led to the founding of the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, which we call the AVMI. AVMI, with support from WHO and UNIDO, performed a study on vaccine manufacture and procurement in Africa, known as the VMPA study. This basically was an assessment of vaccine manufacturing capacity, market dynamics, procurement mechanism, cost drivers, and possible funding mechanism for establishing sustainable vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa. A copy of this study can be found on the AVMI website. Now, turning to the need—
Simon, we have about a minute, so you really need to summarize your message.
Turning to the need for COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing in Africa, we have identified 5 key actions, which I can discuss during the Q&A. But in addition to several, and it is evident that all of these link into the discussions over the last 2 days. In addition, several organizations have initiated or are developing plans for COVID-19 vaccine development and for potential COVID-19 vaccine manufacture. For example, the institute in Ethiopia is planning to go into COVID-19 vaccine development. Vaxera has already initiated COVID-19 product development activities. BioVac in South Africa is already working on feasibility study to expand their existing capacity. And then Innovative Biotech in Nigeria is working with Medigene in the US to develop and manufacture a VIP-based COVID-19 candidate vaccine. I have provided this overview of current capacities in Africa and AVMI simply to say we don't have to start from scratch, and we are ready and willing to join hands with all stakeholders in working together to ensure that Africa establishes capacity to manufacture not only COVID-19 vaccines at scale, but vaccines which may be required in future outbreak, as well as for routine immunization. As has been said, it is important for health and national security, as well as socioeconomic development. We have embarked on this mission, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. And it is said that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the next time is now. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Simon. And I'm sure in the question and answer session, you will have an opportunity to expand on the 5 points. So let me hand over to my colleague, Vera, to guide the next speakers in their presentations.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thanks to our first two speakers. And again, building from the last two sessions today, there's a recurrent theme about trust, engagement, and the opposite of fear, anxiety, and a perception of loss of agency. Now, communication, the critical core of communication and communicating with society through mechanisms that they trust has been raised repeatedly in this session, and also the role of the moral authority. Africans are people of faith, and religious leaders have pivotal roles in guiding society. And also we consume media, not just the traditional media, but as anyone here who has a mother who's on WhatsApp knows, communication through informal social media platforms and through direct exchange through free text-based systems is both a blessing in that information can spread widely and at low cost, but also a challenge in managing the information. So in the second half of the session, we hope to touch on the role of these two key players, the journalists who control the traditional media and religious leaders, to understand what they feel their role is in contributing to us preparing for a COVID vaccination program. So with that, I'll start with our first speaker, who is Mrs. Anna Soy, who is the Deputy Africa Editor and Senior Correspondent for the BBC. Anne is an award-winning journalist based in Nairobi, and for the last 15 years, she's covered health exclusively in her native country in Kenya, and focusing on HIV and AIDS, but she's extended across Africa and to other subject areas, including the Ebola outbreak in West Africa and more recently in DRC. She has a master's degree in public health and epidemiology, as she wanted to better equip herself to deal with the challenges of being a health correspondent. And you can see a much more detailed bio of Anne online, but I think that would do to give you a taster of what she is. So Anna, over to you. And my particular question to you and a subsequent speaker is to consider that as people now consume their news from more non-traditional sources and social media, what do you think the role is of journalists like yourselves in ensuring that the right information is actually accessed by people who need it? And over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me in this very important conversation, because the media often plays a role during times of big challenges like this one, but often they're not involved in conversations, important conversations like this. So thank you so much for thinking about the media. To just answer your question, our role is evolving. Because of technology changing, our role has constantly been evolving over the last couple of decades. I have colleagues who have been in the industry for 40, 50 years, and they have gone through so many challenges. And right now, with social media, it means that news goes out there in real time. So people used to come to traditional media to know what is happening around the world. but now they find themselves, having that information already on Twitter or on other media, and we have to constantly try to keep up with that pace. And as traditional media, it's very important to be accurate in what we are reporting. That means we have to verify that information, especially when you're talking about vaccines. You need to research, you need to talk to the many professionals involved in research and development, and that is time consuming. And so it's a very challenging time for us as well. And what we have seen with COVID-19 is that it has really transformed newsrooms. I think the media is one of the most affected industries in the sense that overnight, COVID-19 was the only story told the world over. And that meant that political, sports, business reporters transformed into health reporters and, commentators whose job it is to come to your screens and to your radio to give analysis on what politicians are saying, suddenly had to give analysis on COVID-19. And therefore, when you're competing with social media at the same time, having to transform roles very quickly, it has been a very big challenge. Many of the previous speakers have talked about misinformation, disinformation, and the myths that are in the community, the anti-vaccination movement. And all these are ongoing challenges that even journalists are faced with. But at the same time, journalists are not, they're not necessarily scientists. There's a whole body of knowledge that shows how journalists and scientists look at things very differently. Science is very systematic. You go from A to B and it's very defined. And then comes the journalist who comes to ask the question, I want to know about Z in a very short, succinct manner because I'm looking for a headline, and how did it make you feel? And this is something that the scientist was not prepared for. They want to talk about the hypothesis that they were testing. They want to talk about the methodology and to, explain some of the possibly confounding factors before they come to the findings. But often the media just wants to know, what have you found? And, also the personal feelings that the scientists had when coming up with when they came to the conclusions that they have come to. So there's that disconnect which needs to be bridged. I think that there is room for closer cooperation, for closer collaboration between those in the field of science and journalists, because we amplify the messages to the communities. Many of the previous speakers have talked about the importance of putting communities first and even involving them before you come to the to the conclusion of research. And journalists are going to play a very important role in that, but they're not trained in the same way that scientists are trained. So how can we move forward? We need closer collaborations. We need to be very proactive on both sides. Both the journalists and the scientists need to cultivate this relationship very consciously, because at the end of the day, it's all in public service. It's in the interest of the public. And when the information goes out from traditional media or even in social media, but traditional media is still, more trusted. When it goes out to the community, if it is inaccurate, if it is wrong, it sows a seed. It's a weed that becomes very difficult to uproot. And that's why we need to be proactive from the word go. I think journalists have a role to play in health promotion, in advocacy, in giving very accurate information. Eba did speak about fear and covering Ebola, for example, realizing that people are actually dealing with a bigger epidemic of fear, which was driving the real epidemic of Ebola, because it informs human behavior, it informs how they react and how they relate, and that can drive infections. And therefore, the information that we give needs to be, even before we get to talking about whether we have enough, our healthcare systems are sufficient to deal with the challenges at hand, we need to deal with the information, because that can really help to slow down the spread of disease. They can really help to get the buy-in of communities, and we need to be able to work together to be able to give accurate information to the community.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Anne, for keeping to time as well. And we'll move straight on because we'll have a question session at the end of this session. I'd like to move straight on to your colleague, Samuel Gebre, who is a journalist with Bloomberg News. Samuel is based in Addis, writing for Bloomberg and other media outlets on politics, technology, and finance.
Thank you very much.
My apologies. So, Samuel, I'd like you to give us your perspective on the same issue about what is the role of journalists in the COVID pandemic and specifically around the vaccine agenda.
Thank you very much for the invitation to the CDC team. I think my colleague Anne has covered the beauty of the conversation. I think it is also a very important time to have journalists join this conversation, especially on COVID and vaccine. As you mentioned, my name is Samuel. I'm a journalist with Bloomberg. I am not health. I do not cover health journalism. But thanks to COVID, we've all been converted to covering. We've been all forced to adapt to this, as my colleague Anne said. And just to be quick, I'll try and finish this in 5 times, in 5 minutes. So what I want to do is just gonna give a simple one sentence kind of summary of what my message should be, and I'll conclude with one recommendation. And my one sentence is basically governments need to be proactive. They need to be a proactive source of accurate information to the public. I know we talked about the role of journalists, and our job is to amplify the message, to amplify accurate messaging to the public. But the government has a role. The government needs to fill this communication gap. I'll start with the first disclaimer, which is I'm not trying to absolve any of us from any responsibilities. We all have a role to play in this, especially right now, because this is a huge pandemic, which is a matter of life and death. And again, I am glad to see different groups of people coming into this conversation, in this discussion, especially when we get closer to having more discussions on vaccines. As the pandemic hit, we did see a lot of health ministers across the continent, maybe not all, but most, came out to the public and were holding regular updates and brief and statuses of where the situation with the virus was. And this is commendable. Country to country responses were different, and we applaud those who were able to create communication response teams or committees early on, and they embarked on open research, which was open to the public. However, it is very clear that there has been a communication gap, especially now when it comes to the vaccines, not just for the general public, as Anne said earlier, even for us journalists, especially those who do not have a health background. Granted, there's also the misinformation machinery is working overtime. There's, you can get your rumors from your WhatsApp groups, as you mentioned earlier, or wherever else, we get our rumors from. And so that has been working hard. And the other group that has been trying to fill this gap has been private and non-governmental organizations who work in the health sector, sort of because there is that gap that the government needs to fill hasn't been filled fully. And they need to fill these gaps because that's what they do. They work from the grassroots. Some of them are multinationals. This is their business, and it's expected that they would be here. But as at the beginning, Dr. Alex mentioned, there is a lack of the social contract that they have with the public. There's the issue of the trust that was mentioned at the beginning. And this trust should be with the government and not with third parties. So, we've all seen or heard the conspiracy theories of these NGOs funded by billionaire philanthropists, experimenting on African bodies and the like, when the actual truth is there aren't enough Africans who are taking part in early vaccine trials. So there is that misinformation is there, and our job is sort of to put the government in to answer to these questions, and we amplify those messages. Just to give just 1-2 examples. At the onset, I used to live in Abidjan, and Ivory Coast put up a quarantine center near one of the poorer neighborhoods in Yepougon, while most of the cases came from the more affluent neighborhoods. And the response by this resident was to destroy the center because they feared that the government was bringing Richmond virus to them. And in Kenya as well.
I'll ask you to wrap up now, please.
Okay, I'll keep that example and just say there are consequences to this misalignment of communication. We have already seen. We've seen reports of falling vaccination rates in some countries of other diseases.
Celle-là, elle va me dire qu'elle a perdu encore sa connexion.
We see parents trying to avoid taking their children for vaccinations because of fear that the kids are being vaccinated against COVID. We've also seen premature announcements from governments that give the impression of carelessness, and that can discredit them later on when they give a more credible information. So finally, just sort of my recommendation is, we've seen the WHO, Africa CDC, they've been doing great work in giving information to the media. Has also taken that information, tapped into it, and other experts in our reporting. But as we get closer to having more frequent discussions on vaccines and going even further to make decisions, this governments and even local government individuals need to take a central role to become key sources of accurate information. And we, the media, will have to do our job in keeping them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gebre. And we'll just move straight on so that we can get all our speakers to have a few minutes to comment. So our next speaker is Sheikh Abdul Latif Abdul Karim. He's the Vice Chair of the National Muslim COVID-19 Response Committee and the National Programs Coordinator for the Kenya Council of Imams and Ulamas, and a member of the Ethics and Scientific Review Committee for AMREF in Kenya, and a former board member of the Kenya AIDS Vaccine Initiative. So I think with this background, he has a breadth of perspective to talk to us about what the role of the religious leaders as the moral leadership in the community is in ensuring that we're able to effectively deploy a COVID vaccine. So over to you, Sheikh.
Thank you so much for giving me this honor. I feel very much privileged. First of all, I want to talk about the Islamic perspective and vaccine. That the ruling in Islamic perspective that Islam encourages, allows vaccine. In fact, it encourages vaccine because it saves people's lives. Of course, as long as the protocols are there too. Islam does not conflict with science or medicine. That's why you see from the old age, the great Muslim scientists like Omar Khayyam, Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd, and so on and so forth. What I want to say is there's no conflict between science and Islam or medicine and Islam. That is the basis. Then I want to go to the role of religious leaders in vaccination, as well as other programs which they are all geared towards healthy nation, healthy people, and so on and so forth. The ideal situation is that religious leaders, irrespective of the religion, whether Muslims, Christian, Hindus, and so on and so forth, they should work hand in hand with scientists, because the ideal situation is that they are all working for the same common purpose. They are working for their communities. So there shouldn't be conflicts between the two groups. Religious leaders are gatekeepers of the community. They have to be appreciated. They have to be empowered. so that they appreciate what the scientists are doing. It's a reality that there are barriers in the whole issue of vaccines. For example, there's a lot of misconceptions. There are myths, there are conspiracy theories. For example, that vaccines are being introduced to sterilize people and so on and so forth. So all these barriers, and I really appreciate the speakers who are discussing about communication and so on and so forth. Communication is very, very vital in anything, especially in issues like this very, very important issue of vaccine. The third part I want to talk about, I even saw one of the questions about Africa and development of vaccines. Africa has been very behind in this issue, and not only in this, but in so many others. Africa is a consumer. We consume machinery, medicine, drugs, and so on and so forth. I think we need a paradigm shift so that we become innovators. We become in the front line in research and innovation and so on and so forth. It's high time that we have a paradigm shift in this whole scenario. I don't want to become political, but instead of our leaders investing in military and military hardware, we should invest in peace and peace building, and then divert those financial resources to innovation, technology, science, and so on and so forth. That's why maybe Africa has received very few awards, such as Nobel Prizes in research and innovation. Way forward, I just want to be brief because I've just been given a few minutes. Way forward, it's upon us to lobby the policymakers to invest in research and innovation. We lobby them to divert budgets instead of investing in hardware, military, and so on and so forth. Divert those resources into research innovation, including vaccine development. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sheikh, and thanks for keeping to time. And continue on the same theme of religious leaders, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Bishop David Njovu. The Right Reverend David Njovu has served as the Bishop of Lusaka in Zambia since 2004, and also has oversight of finance and development portfolio of the Zambia Anglican Council. He holds a Bachelor of Science and of Social Work and a Master's of Arts degree in Religious Studies. And the bishop leads the Trinity Wall Street's work in support of financial best practice for the church, identifying best practice for income generation and stewardship across the continent, and also works in malaria control amongst many, many other health-related activities. So over to you, Bishop.
Thank you very much. In addition to what Sheikh has already said, it's a common sense that vaccines prevent the spread of contagious diseases. And as Christians from the beginning, you have the church, you have the clinic. And the whole reason of having the clinic is that it's not only your faith that is important, but also what the scientists have come up with to prevent us from these diseases. So with the issue of COVID, it is very important that the religious leaders themselves have the knowledge of COVID, because they are the ones who are able to communicate the right message to the people. Right now, we have an advantage because we have already started talking about the COVID. We have been talking about the masking up. We have been talking about the washing of hands, the using of sanitizers, the social distance. That is already being communicated to the communities. And we have gone down to the communities themselves at the grassroots, where we have been distributing masks, where we have been distributing buckets and other things that they can use. And this is helping the religious leaders to prepare the communities for the vaccine that will come. We know that there's a lot of misinformation about the vaccines. Right now, there are other vaccines that are being given, but most of the people are refusing their children from receiving these vaccines. But with the knowledge that the religious leaders now are having over these diseases, they have an opportune time to convince their members to say it is important that they receive the vaccine itself. What has helped us mainly in the malaria project that we've been doing, we learned from the HIV and AIDS by involving the communities themselves. And once the communities have trust in their own community leaders, it became very easy for them to accept the use, for instance, of the mosquito net, because it was coming from the community leaders themselves. And we are using the same trained community leaders with the issue of COVID. They are the ones who are the carriers of this information. So as religious leaders, we know that our main job is that of shaping attitudes, opinions, practices, and behaviors of our members. Therefore, we have this role that we need to take advantage of and use it to help in the prevention and eventually the acceptance of vaccines. It's not going to be an easy job to convince the people because of the misinformation that has already been said. But what I believe is if we can take time and train most of the religious leaders at the grassroots level for them to understand what this COVID is all about and what the vaccine can do, that will help us a lot. But we have to realize as well that we have different theologies. We still have some of the religious groups that do not accept any vaccine, not necessarily the COVID vaccine, but even the vaccines against measles and other contagions. For them, they don't believe in that. But we are hoping that those who have the advantage of having the knowledge to engage such religious groups and try to convince them. The use of fear does not, in most cases, work, because when you threaten the people, they find ways of going around and do what you are stopping them from doing. But I think what the people need is the proper information. And that is our role as people who are based at the community level. Provide the information. And if it is coming from all the religious groups speaking the same voice, then we'll be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop. That was a very clear summary of the key issues we needed to consider. We have one more speaker who I just need to check if he's still online. We've lost him briefly, so I will just check. Sheikh Abubakar Gumi, are you online? It appears that we might have lost him, unfortunately. Sheikh Gumi, who was one of our speakers, is an Islamic scholar as well as a medical doctor and a former military officer. And we were hoping that he might be able to speak about straddling those three domains, but it looks like we've lost him. He was online earlier. So we will, as we're just going to just pull together the key recurring issue from this that with the speakers we've heard so far has been around collaboration early in planning rather than response. And I'm really pleased to say that's what we're doing here. That's what we're starting here, about shaping the message and bringing it close to the community, engaging the community in disseminating that message, and then advocacy upwards with the politicians to ensure that we don't just address the disease that we're facing at the time, but the broader health needs of the community, and a recognition that fear is not effective. So I'll pass on to my colleague to bring in our last speaker and bring us round to the question session. Alex, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Ebere. So our last speaker is Reverend Canon Sami Wainaina, the Provost of the All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi. And he is particularly important because from my own experience working with HIV and AIDS, the voices of people who have gone through HIV and AIDS, either if they're infected or affected, are very powerful voices that build trust because people realize they're dealing with a real disease. And for most people, COVID is still an invisible disease. They don't see it. They don't know people who've had it. And it's still very stigmatized. I'm amazed how much stigma there is around COVID. And therefore, the voice of someone who has had COVID and survived is very important. So we want to thank you very much, Reverend Canon Sami Wainaina, for bringing that voice and sharing it. The bad news is you only have 5 minutes, so you have to find a way to summarize what you're saying so that we can finish on time and give a chance for questions and answers. Over to you.
Thank you very much for having me. And it's indeed true. I want to confirm that I'm a COVID-19 survivor. Let me just paint the context for you to understand where I'm coming from. I serve in the All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi, which is the mother church of the Anglican Church in Kenya. And every Sunday, members who attend our services in the cathedral. So I'm right at the center of the nation, the center of the city, but also the center of the Anglican communion. Bishop David would understand what that means. I was one of the first people, one of the first religious leaders who spoke. As Anglicans, during peace, we shake hands as a way of sharing peace between brethren. So I was able to do that very, very fast. And I didn't think that I would ever get COVID. I went ahead because I have a big staff of about 60 and provided the masks, the gloves, the cleaning was changed, and I knew I was very safe. There are other religious leaders who have been sick in Kenya. I'm not the first one. But I remember when I fell sick, they thought that it was very close to them, me being the center of the city and the nation, and the role I play. They said, if Provost can have it, then all of us can have it. And so the news went viral. COVID-19 is real. COVID-19 affects people, and it has affected me. Please take care of yourself. Let me also say what I have not said in public, that my own wife and my 3 children also became positive. Now, yesterday they were declared negative, but I'm still positive. This is my 3rd testing, and I'm still positive. And so I thought I would use my position to be able to speak to the public. Now, let me say just a few things that I have learned during my time. Number 1 is access to testing. Even as we talk about vaccination, we need to deal with a problem, and I see it maybe in many African countries, where access to testing is still a problem. I don't have time to give you my experience this last Tuesday when I went to with my family. I wanted to go to a private clinic, but a doctor told me, no, you can go to a government facility and you don't need to pay anything. The experience there was horrific. Anyway, later we had to leave and seek for help elsewhere. We as African nations must make testing of COVID-19 so easy as buying a cup of tea or coffee in a shop. Otherwise, without that, many people will not believe that COVID is real. So access to testing is important. The second one is treatment and care. For me, I was in a private hospital, one of the best private hospitals, the Aga Khan Hospital here in Nairobi, and I got all the help that I needed. During that time that I was in hospital, a neighbor also got COVID with the similar symptoms that I had. But because he was at home, he died. He collapsed in the house and died. My heart goes to the poor. How many of them can access good treatment and care? Very, very few people. Me, I paid millions of money. What about the poor? The other one is communication. And my colleague from Kenya talked about the essence of communication. The way news were broken to me was in a very casual manner. I would urge the Ministry of Health across all the nations, please be able to provide a proper way that you can communicate to the people about their status. The last one is a plea. And this plea goes, one, to the people. Please take COVID-19 seriously. It is real. And it's a very painful disease, not only physically, emotionally, and especially to families. When you hear numbers on television, those are individuals, they are human beings. They are representatives of communities. They are fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters. And so the effect of COVID-19 is not on an individual, it is on the society. And so it is good for us to adhere to the guidelines. The last plea is to the leadership that please let us fight this disease together. COVID-19 does not know boundaries. Let the president and Minister of Health from different countries work together. It's a worldwide problem and leaders should work together. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Reverend Canon Sami. You know, that testimonial needs to be reproduced in French, in Portuguese, in local languages across Africa, because you are probably the best vaccine mobilizer that we have of all of us who are talking today, because you are talking from the front line. So thank you again very much. May I hand over to Dr. Bekker to handle some of the questions before we wrap up this session. Dr. Bekker?
Thank you very much, Alex. And thanks again to all our speakers for a very powerful testimony about the role of not just the media, but of the religious leaders. But more importantly, you were speaking as advocates and allies of the community. And we think this is a very natural and appropriate place to bring this session and this conference towards its end, starting from the science and the theory into the translation into practical action and the key important things around the sociology and anthropological factors that need to be considered if we are indeed going to be prepared to adopt and disseminate a COVID vaccine. The first question that I've got from the audience listening here is, and I encourage the audience, please put your questions in the Q&A session, not in the chat. It's harder to find in the chat. Its question is, how can we leverage the media to prepare the community for vaccine and to reduce hesitancy? So I'll start by putting this question to Anne Soy. And if you could just give us a succinct comment, because we're running out of time.
Well, I did talk about collaboration and cooperation with the scientists. And by that, I meant, having more sessions with journalists. If you have something that you're going to bring to us, let's have a meeting in advance. Because don't assume that the journalists will understand what you have been doing. They're not necessarily scientists. They need to understand the science in order to communicate the science perfectly. And then we need more of Reverend Wainaina. We need more of, people who have, lived through, people that we can tell these stories through. And I think I will be contacting the Reverend after this. So basically we need to work more closely together, and journalists also need training. Don't assume that they know what you're doing. It could go out there and you might regret that you spoke at all. So it's very important, because this is a very specialized field. So it is very important to train journalists, and before putting out messages, have a session with them to explain to them what exactly you want to put out before then they have deadlines to deal with and to package the news.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anne. Just to respond to your request for training, and might take this opportunity to plug that there is a session running at the beginning of July. It's an online, it's called Epidemiology 101 for journalists. And it's being led by partners who have been working with Africa CDC. And I will post the link in the chat before the end of this conference. It's they're running a very detailed training about epidemiology, because in recognition of the fact that we do need journalists to understand the concepts that the scientists are talking about. So
that's a very important initiative. Thank you.
Alex, do you have any other questions? I haven't received any others that we haven't addressed ourselves or hasn't been answered through the conversation so far.
No, I'm good. My original question stood that, the role of fear, because a lot of countries were locked down because people and leaders were very afraid seeing the deaths out of China, Europe, and the USA. Is there still a place for fear and intimidation in getting people to change?
I think the shape was very clear. I think the shape was very clear about that, and we have to agree that that fear was counterproductive. And he also recognized that we need to perhaps educate our political leaders to recognize that they're more effective tools than enforcement and fear. So I don't know if Sheikh, would you want to comment a little bit more on that?
And I think while they're thinking about that, it's important that for Africa and African governments, we need to understand that whichever way that we are dealing with COVID now, when we don't have a vaccine, should not undermine the way we will need to deal with it when we have a vaccine. In other words, we need to do the right things without, we should be fighting the virus and not fighting the people. Because if the people feel that we are fighting them, when we ask them to turn up for vaccination, they may not come at all, which is the point I wanted to make. But I'll stop there, and I think we are sort of running out of time. Dr. Vera, if you want to do a summary, and then we wrap that up.
Yeah, I have one final question that I think it'd be a really important one to end with, and I'll put this to the journalists. It said, how is the media holding politicians to account in this COVID pandemic? You are the spokespeople for the society. How are you holding them to account? Sam, do you want to start with that? Sam, still on?
Yeah, that's a good question. One key area I've seen is journalism has expanded into sort of fact checking as well. I don't know if you've seen organizations like AFP and Africa Check have been fact checking politicians, not just in relation with COVID, but generally, because fake news, in quotes, has become a key issue. And especially with COVID, it's a matter of life and death, as I said earlier. And we need to invest more into fact checking whatever governments are saying, and that's where medical experts come in, because journalists are not experts in those specific issues. So we need to be working with those medical experts to put them into account.
Great, thank you very much. And we have had a late flurry of loads of questions I'm afraid we won't have time to address in this session because we do not want to delay the last session, which is a closing session. So the key messages that we've picked up from this session is that there's room for collaboration between scientists, the biomedical scientists, social anthropologists, the religious leaders, and the media. We need to communicate clearly. We need to train our advocates and spokespersons so that they can understand and provide accurate information in the right format for the populations that they support and serve. We need to ensure that there is clear communication of uncertainty when we are uncertain. The religious leaders working closer to the communities that they serve are critical advocates for information and for engagement. And it isn't about vaccine alone. It's building in the information around vaccine into a wider support network for supporting people, particularly the most vulnerable and the poor. There is a critical role for both the media and religious leaders in advocacy to politicians and to governments. We need to ensure that there is evidence that governments are prioritizing health as opposed to other areas of investment, so that there's more trust. The critical message is that it doesn't matter how good the vaccine we have is, if we don't have trust of the community, it will not be adopted. And with that, I would like to thank all our speakers, thank all our guests, everybody who's asked questions. We're sorry we couldn't get to everybody's questions. I'd like to thank the organizers, Dr. John and his team, but also the ones behind the scenes, Nikes and Dembi, Segut, and that team who have made sure that the technology has worked today. And with that, we'll move on to the last session of this very interesting conference. And I'd like to, on behalf of myself and Alex, to thank Dr. John for giving us the privilege of moderating this, this session in this panel. So, John, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Bekker.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is Commissioner Amira, African Union. Thank you very much for an excellent moderation. Thank you for all the speakers in this very important session. And I extend my thanks to all the panelists since yesterday. Thank you very much. This is the last messages were very clear. I was listening very carefully to all the messages coming from the communication experts, from our religious leaders. We need you as part of this fight, because we need our messages to be simplified. We need our messages to go out to the public in Africa, to everybody, not only in the cities, in the far, remote, rural areas. We want them to know what is COVID-19, how they can be safe from this COVID-19, what measures they need to take, why we are asking them to wear masks, why are we asking them to keep physical distancing, why they need to wash their hands. And when we develop the vaccines, we need you also with us, because there is a lot of false rumors about these vaccines. We need you also to take the right message to the public in Africa. On our side at the African Union, definitely we will continue advocating. We will continue with our communication strategy. We need you part of the implementation of this communication strategy. And as you know, Africa CDC is leading the fight on this COVID-19 as an African Union technical institution, specialized technical institution. They will continue to lead. All the other departments, they will continue to participate in leading, but we need all of you as part of this fight. You just said it yourselves, that we have to be all of us together, united to fight COVID-19. I thank you again. Thank you. I think now we will go to our closing session. The closing session. And I have here the list of the speakers in this closing session. First, we will have remarks from Dr. Leonardo Santos Semo, European and Developing Countries Clinical Trials Partnership, former Minister of Health and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation from the Republic of Mozambique. Minister, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Her Excellency Amira El Fadil, AU Commissioner for Social Affairs, Dr. John Kengasong, Africa CDC Director, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Dr. Michael Makanga, the Executive Director of the European and Developing Countries Clinical Trials, and on my own behalf, I want to congratulate the African Union, in particular the Africa CDC. Special mention I want to make to Dr. John Kengasong for his leading role in bringing Africa to look at the ways and means to play a meaningful role in the development and access to a prospective COVID-19 vaccine. This is a timely initiative so Africa is not left behind or even out. During this very successful conference, time and again, speakers referred to the imperative for Africa to play a relevant role in COVID-19 vaccine development by developing or strengthening clinical trials capabilities across the continent, training of scientists and researchers, equipping laboratories, as well as the development of ethics committees and the legal framework to ensure the highest standards are adhered to. EDCTP has been doing precisely that from its inception back in 2003. We are now implementing the EDCTP program, which goes from 2014 to 2024. And during this period, EDCTP has funded over 124 grants for African scientists and researchers, 55 clinical studies, 34 projects for strengthening research in infrastructure and regulatory environment for clinical research. 2006 Sub-Saharan and 95 European institutions have been participating in research. As for the current pandemic, EDCTP has launched an emergence call for proposals targeting 4 thematic research gaps, namely 1, a better understanding of the natural history of the infection, improved surveillance capabilities, and the role of asymptomatic infections in transmission. 2, promoting the development, adaptation, evaluation, and implementation of point-of-care diagnostic tests. 3, supporting standardized implementation of randomized controlled trials for diagnostics and therapeutics on promising products. And 4, the validation and adaptation of existing serological tests and establishment of biomarker banks and serum panels of well-characterized COVID-19 sera. Up to now, 20 projects have been selected, involving 20 countries, with a total budget of 10 million euros. But there are 27 projects on a reserve list, while efforts to raise funding are ongoing. EDCTP has also been active in supporting Africa preparedness for epidemics through Alert and Pandora ID-Net Epidemics Preparedness Consortia. Furthermore, EDCP is engaged in high-level dialogue in Africa, Europe, and globally, joining other partners in collective efforts to find solutions to this challenge. Thus, EDCTP is ready to continue working with other partners, in particular Africa CDC, in the COVID-19 vaccine development and access. I thank you very much for giving the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leonardo. Thank you very much for these remarks, and thank you for being with us in this meeting. Thank you. I would like to call Executive Director of UNAIDS, Madam Winnie Byanyima. Madam Winnie, I hope you are with us.
Yes, I am.
Madam Winnie, we will be talking about what is needed for equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines in Africa. I welcome you, my sister, and nice to see you.
Thank you, my sister. Your Excellency, Amina El-Fadi Mohamed El-Fadi, Commissioner for Social Affairs, Dr. John Kengasong, Director of Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm really honored to join you at this important virtual conference on Africa's leadership in COVID-19 vaccine development and access, and to have an opportunity to speak. When in other countries, leaders were looking inward, I'm proud that Africa has shown real collective leadership during this pandemic, And this conference is a perfect example of that leadership. I understand that Africa CDC has been mandated by the AU to develop the Africa Framework of Action for the Development and Access to a Vaccine against COVID-19. And I would like to assure you all, especially you, Dr. Nkengasong, of the full support of UNAIDS in this vital effort. My team has updated me of the promising results by many research institutions and manufacturers in Africa and how they are engaged in advanced stages of clinical trials of candidate vaccine products on the continent. This is great news and a positive step. Well, given the devastating impact of coronavirus in just 6 months, it's not surprising that the world views a vaccine as a life savior and as the key to the economic recovery of economies. So in order to ensure access to a COVID-19 vaccine and to treatment for all those who need it, we must learn from the AIDS response. It took more than 10 years of hard work.
The questionnaire, and we had around 380 pediatricians entering them, that the
interruption.
48 or 49%. So this is a good representative of the public.
Okay, as I was saying, it took more than 10 years of hard work. Millions died, but this hard work of AIDS activists in order to have 24 million people now on treatment and their health restored. But yet, even today, we still have 13.4 million people still not yet on treatment. So I'd like to make 3 main points that I hope can guide governments, communities, and the private sector in their response to COVID-19. First, vaccines and other health technologies must be global public goods. And 2, enough vaccine doses must be produced for the whole world in order to stop hoarding and to avoid shortages in supply. 3, we must ensure affordability for buyers, and a vaccine must be free of charge for people at the point of use. The current reality is the opposite. The system of financing research and development fully relies on the protection of intellectual property rights, which enable monopolies over vital health technologies. We are seeing some rich countries making deals with pharmaceutical companies to jump the queue and share enough doses for their citizens, even those who might not need it. Meanwhile, it is left to pharmaceutical companies that hold intellectual property to arrange the supply for developing countries. This can't be right. So together with civil society organizations, UNAIDS coordinated an open letter calling for a vaccine to be available to all people everywhere free of charge. We called this a people's vaccine. Over 150 global leaders and experts signed this letter, including the chair of the African Union, President of South Africa, the presidents of Ghana and Senegal, and the African Union Commission chairperson, as well, of course, as the director of Africa CDC. We also had more than 50 former heads of state and government from Africa, Europe, Latin America, Asia and Pacific, and other influential leaders, including the Prime Minister of Pakistan. The UN Secretary General has endorsed this call and made securing a people's vaccine a United Nations system-wide objective. So the people's vaccine is a movement to galvanize global action to ensure access to the vaccine for all, prioritizing vulnerable groups, namely frontline health workers and people with chronic health conditions across the world. It's not right that those who have money and power jump the queue while doctors and nurses in Africa die or in other developing countries. That can't be right. The People's Vaccine Movement seeks and stands by the WHO COVID-19 Technology Access Pool. This is the pool which seeks to pool knowledge and intellectual property to fast-track product development by mobilizing additional manufacturing capacity. We are urging all public funding and governmental deals with pharmaceutical companies to condition the companies to contributing to the setup, to this pool. This is a moment African leaders and organized citizens can join hands with others to advocate that a global problem finds a global solution. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, no one is safe until everyone is safe. I urge you, and I want to work with you to join the call for a people's vaccine. And I end by committing again that we will continue to work closely with Africa CDC and with you, Commissioner for Social Affairs, to call for justice and equity in accessing vaccines and treatments for this global pandemic. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my sister Winnie. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive statement, and thank you for being one of the first voices to call for vaccine works for all, the signing of the joint letter. You are always talking about accessibility to vaccines. Now we spoke about having enough vaccines to be produced so everybody can get the opportunity to be immunized from this COVID-19 pandemic virus. And I really thank you for your efforts as an executive secretary for UNAIDS. And we are partners. We will continue this very excellent partnership we have with you and with your offices here. Thank you very much again. Thank you. Thank you. And I think now we will go to our wrap up, and we prepared a communique. We prepared the communique as a main outcome for document from this 2 days conference on vaccine development. I will be reading the communique, and definitely we will share it with you, all of you participants. And after reading the communique, Dr. John, the Director of Africa CDC, will be doing the wrap up of this meeting. And after that, we will go for a press conference. Thank you again, and allow me to read the communique. The communique from Africa's leadership in COVID-19 vaccine development and Access Virtual Conference, 24 to 25th June 2020. We, African Union Ministers of Health and Heads of Delegations, gathered on the 24th and 25th of June 2020 for the virtual conference on developing vaccine strategy for coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 in Africa. Conscious of the fact that the COVID-19 outbreak was declared a public health emergency of international concern by the WHO on the 30th of January 2020 and as a pandemic on 11 March 2020, and has infected over 8.9 million persons and caused the deaths of over 465,000 persons globally. This includes more than 320,000 cases in infections in Africa and 8,000 deaths in the African continent. Also conscious of the fact that any further potential spread of COVID-19 on the continent is a social, economic, and security threat for Africa, and that the African Union Agenda 2063, which is a strategic framework for the socioeconomic transformation of the continent over the next 50 years, will be severely disrupted by disease outbreaks such as the COVID-19 if there are no measures for timely coordination, collaboration, communication, and cooperation. Also cognizant that COVID-19 is spreading rapidly across our continent, which will compound the existing health challenges that Africa already faces, including rapid population growth leading to increased population movement across the continent, and the world existing endemic diseases such as HIV, TB, and malaria, re-emerging infectious diseases, and the ascendance of antimicrobial resistance, increasing incidence of non-communicable diseases and injuries, persistently high maternal mortality rates, threats posed by environmental toxins, and fragile health infrastructure with limited resilience to numerous disease outbreaks. Recalling the 29th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly of Heads of States and Governments held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia from 3 to 4 July 2017, in which they expressed deep concern about the increasing occurrence of epidemics on our continent and their enormous socioeconomic impact, as well as the inadequate implementation of the International Health Regulations, IHR 2005. As such, they committed to accelerate the implementation of the International Health Regulation and at national, regional, and local levels with a clear roadmap and monitoring mechanisms. Institute multi-sectorial mechanisms to accelerate the implementation of IHR. And third, mobilize the necessary resources to implement the roadmaps for acceleration of implementation of IHR. Further recalling the World Health Organization's role in managing IHR capacity development in member states, noting the duty and political mandate of National Public Health Institute to respond to public health emergencies that have been declared public health emergencies of international concern, working in partnership with WHO and all relevant stakeholders. Also noting the strong evidence that health security depends on the establishment of resilient and adaptive national health systems with a clearly defined public health coordination mechanism. Recalling that during the 22nd of February 2020, emergency meeting of African Ministers of Health, ministers endorsed the African Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19 outbreak, including Africa CDC's leadership role in coordinating the response on the continent. Recognizing the efforts by the African Union member states in response to COVID-19 pandemic, with a focus on how the continent can prepare for the research and development, manufacturing, procurement, financing, delivery, and uptake of a potential COVID-19 vaccine. The Conference of Africa's Leadership on COVID-19 Vaccine Development and Access collectively agrees that identifying and scaling up an effective COVID-19 vaccine is critical to the slowing of spread of cases, protecting vulnerable populations, and ultimately returning our society and economies back to normal and towards Africa's broader global development agenda. Recognize the barriers that intellectual property, including patents, trade secrets, and other technological know-how, has posed to timely introduction to affordable vaccines in developing countries in the past. Acknowledge that experience, noting there is an urgent need for countries to make full use of legal and policy measures, including flexibilities enshrined under the trade-related aspects of international property, TRIPS agreement, and Doha Declaration, South-South and North-South collaboration to ensure monopolies do not stand in the way of access to COVID-19 vaccines. Commend the efforts of Africa CDC to coordinate implementation of the Africa Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19 outbreak and to rapidly establish an Africa COVID-19 vaccine development and access strategy, which will serve as the roadmap to better coordinate and scale up efforts across Africa. The strategy will have two major prongs. First, securing sufficient vaccine supply. Second, removing barriers to vaccine rollout. Welcome the close collaboration between Africa CDC, WHO, Africa Vaccines Regulatory Forum, as well as other relevant stakeholders in supporting countries to strengthen their capacity to adopt and scale up a vaccine for COVID-19 once clinical approval is achieved of a viable vaccine candidate. Securing sufficient vaccine supply. We advocate for Africa to receive a sufficient global allocation for timely access to a potential COVID-19 vaccine, including partnership with the COVAX facility within the Access to COVID-19 Tools Act, Accelerator Initiative, and additional support from partner countries and regional bodies. Call for an equitable and timely distribution of vaccine supply with the African continent, both across and within countries, taking into account equity in gender and socioeconomic status. Call upon the African Union Commission, donors and partners to support Africa's effort to secure the necessary vaccine supply by pledging the necessary financial resources. Also calls upon and in line with the recommendations of the 73rd World Health Assembly resolution on the COVID-19 response for all countries to remove all obstacles, including but not limited to the use of the flexibilities provided in the TRIPS agreement to ensure that all relevant technologies, intellectual property, data, and know-how are openly and immediately made available, and the rapid scale-up of geographically diverse production to be made possible. Further call upon African Union member states to raise domestic resources to support the efforts to secure upfront vaccine supplies for the continent. Removing barriers to vaccine rollout. We need to develop a continent-wide clinical trial network to better connect organizations who are supporting efforts to test potential vaccine candidates, a network responsible for sharing information, resources, and knowledge in order to increase the data on vaccine efficacy and safety for the African population. Enable an effective regulatory control structure for the vaccine, which include implementing indemnification for vaccine manufacturers, fast-tracked regulatory approvals at country level, and a robust infrastructure for ongoing monitoring of vaccine efficacy and safety. Ensure that the vaccine can be effectively delivered to the target population by strengthening the distribution and supply chain networks in countries and deploying innovative delivery models to reach the people in need, and drive a set of community engagement efforts across the continent to better inform key opinion leaders and the general public on the need for the vaccine and the benefits thereof, to ensure effective uptake and minimize the dissemination of inaccurate public health information. Partner and collaborate with relevant global stakeholders to enable technology transfer to ramp up domestic vaccine production capacity to Africa can better control its supply of the vaccine over time. Request the Commission and the Africa CDC to follow up the implementation of Africa COVID-19 vaccine development and access strategy, and report to the AU heads of states and government regularly, and seek collaboration with UN agencies and other partners. Thank you very much for listening. This is our communique. This is the outcome of the 2 days meeting. We are sharing it with you. And I thank you again for listening. Thank you. Excellency, going back to Dr. John Kingasong for the wrap-up of this meeting. He will be giving the closing remarks. Dr. John, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Commissioner Amira, and thank you, colleagues. This has been a wonderful 2 days gathering, and we've learned a lot. And let me just step back and state what the overall goal was. The goal of this meeting was to, we were asked by the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, to convene this meeting and hear from all of you, and that will lead to a document, a strategy for vaccine, access to vaccine and development on the continent. I think it has been a very rich discussion with a lot of quality speakers and interaction. And we're very, very pleased with that. We've gathered a lot, and in the coming weeks, we'll be able to put out a framework for vaccine development and access to the continent. Let me perhaps start off by thanking some of our colleagues here who worked tirelessly to make this happen. I see Segut was here. I really like everybody. I like her to be acknowledged. Nikesh Dembi is on the line. I mean, they worked very, very hard in pulling this together in short notice. I think we were given these instructions just 2 weeks ago by the chairperson of the African Union. And today, just exactly 1 week, we were able to pull all of you together because it shows the importance of the topic we are dealing with. The hard work begins. In the coming days, we'll be reaching out to most of you to gather a little bit more information on what your thoughts are, and also to establish the right partnerships that would help us drive this process forward. I think I already started talking to Professor Sambaso in Mali, Dr. Leonardo, on how these networks should be brought together, not create new ones, but enhance those that exist so that we can run a appropriate vaccine network on the continent, which the urgency is now. As Martin Luther King once said, we have to work with the urgency of now. The urgency of now is to get the community ready for vaccines, to let our voices be heard, and to work on the short-term and medium-term things. So without much ado, I'd like to again thank you all for spending 2 days with us. It was a very productive meeting, and we look forward to sharing the report of this meeting with all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. John, and thank you to all Africa CDC staff. And I would like to thank all the supporting departments of the African Union Commission. Thank you to all of you participants for making this conference a very successful one. As Dr. John said, we will be coming back to you. We are going to develop our vaccine strategy. We are going to continue with the implementation of our joint continental strategy on COVID-19. We need all of you as part of this fight. We decided as Africa that we are going to win this fight against COVID-19, but we are not going to do this alone. We need all of you, our partners. We need all of you, our member states. We need all of you, our experts, to join this fight. Together, we can win it. Thank you very much again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh from the headquarters of the African Union, Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Very well done.
Thank you. We can clap because it's virtual.
This is the first one. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great team.
To all of us. Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job, Commissioner. Good job, John. Very proud of you.
And Ebere, thank you so much for your very, very important contribution. I missed that in my acknowledgement part there.
My pleasure. It was your team, John, that did the work. It's a pleasure to be part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
This is the comments from the screen. Yes, really.
Very positive. I was
very
reading.
Yes. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Winnie.
I watched a
You are
large
with
chunk
us.
of it this afternoon.
You are with us.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the press conference, they said we will start with